Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got a little bracket play ahead for you on a wonderful, wonderful Sunday afternoon. I mean, not so much in the Northeast. It's kind of dreary and unfortunate outside, but you know, we got some good COD to look forward to at least. Graf, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Pretty excited for, again, the COD we have in front of us, kicking it off with what was sort of the headliner match of yesterday, Empyreal versus KTX. Upper bracket action locked and loaded already in there. Hardpoint on some nice skyline to start us off. Empyreal going to get some early fight wins to get things rolling.
Cooking early. It was much of the Empyreal show yesterday, trying to see if he can take him off of that hill. Team KTX did certainly push them to task. Took them all 5 maps to get it done, but ultimately Empyreal were the victors, getting some early good P1 time here as well. Set up in good position for P2, just need to win a couple of these rotational gunfights. Shifu tried to take one, didn't like his looks, just backed on upshot. Does pick up a kill there, so good on him, but Team KTX still a little bit on the back foot, able to pick up some scrap.
Yeah, not a terrible spot to be in if you're Team KTX. It's a lot about this just P2 control, maintaining the spawns, maintaining this positioning. So far, Kosti's done a good job of that. Gets a little bit of help, but gets a bad piece of timing as Drix going to grab that one and another piece of timing. Drix is just finding absolutely everything right now, and that's going to keep him and the rest of Team KTX in control of the point for now.
In control. See if KTX can hold on and make something of this. Good, decent hold here. You do have a player in the back line. That's going to be KTX just trying to work through. Make sure that they don't get these close spawns. You're going to have to pay attention to him. And that's 3 dead in this feed. Massacre trying to take the last player off. Oh, of course he does, because that's what Massacre does. And Empyreal right back on the hill looking to take the lead back. Drix able to escape the nade, but falls into the clutches of KTX down below. Unfortunate. Kosti finds one as well. Massacre just soaking up some hill time right now. Backline in complete control of Empyreal for the moment. P3 just looking to lock in for Team KTX. They have control of Kitchen for the moment, and you know, that's kind of what we saw yesterday. A decent little break, but not able to hold for much time. And Empyreal just king holders. Even if they need to break or if they make rotations, they can hold.
Yeah, we did see Team KTX really strong on this P3 yesterday. Let's see if they can do it again, as they need to find a break here on a P3, and they do a great job. It's absolutely a mountain of kills in the feed. And Calix, he'll be the 4th to fall. Kosti, after respawning, will go down as well. Some great hill time here for KTX. They're going to look to tie this one up, and they keep the kills rolling at least for a little bit longer. Shefu, that's not what you want to see. A bit of a double whiff there. A little bit more tumultuous than expected. Again, Empyreal, they're going to try to fight for this. It's another one from Kosti, doing a great job of holding this one on. Gets a little bit of help from the stem techs of Vizzy. And again, these teams are going at it on hardpoint.
And yet again, it's just Empyreal just that much farther ahead. Drix, though, trying to be a wrench in the setup. Doesn't look in the right direction at the proper time. Gets taken down. So Empyreal will remain in control of the P4. A couple of players trying to make their way through the front of this thing. The player on hill is taken out by the bedroom player in Shock, who is eventually traded out by Massacre, who pops yet another 2-piece. I feel like we'll be saying that a lot today, but right now Team KTX is on the hill with enough time to even this thing up if they can really master a hold here. And those 2 kills by Shock and Ash will do a great job in helping that cause, as more time will go towards them. But you do have a push and a Massacre that gets shut down as well. So Team KTX doing as good as you could ask for after the break.
Yeah, they should be able to maybe not get a full set of points here. KTX gonna get a little over aggressive, but it doesn't matter. An absolute wipeout and a 4 down in the blink of an eye should give great positioning for this P1 if your team Empyreal, especially increasing their points, is going to feel great from this position. Massacre going to get tagged down low, keeps the life up though critically as Drix still going to get his team onto that hill. Will be cleared out alongside Ash. That's a great flank from Shefu though. Still looking to cook in the back lines. Has this upper rafter position held onto, but does get stunned up. Will be taken down as the rest of Empyreal, they're just going to thunder onto this P1 again. Somehow, they keep making it work. Shock's going to have something to say about that, though. Rips one off time, rips a second one before getting traded. And KTX, they're not looking to go down easy.
And that's exactly what we saw yesterday as well. It seems like things may be repeating themselves. Luckily, we do have a new map set and a good 3 dead at it. Team KTX will just continue to add towards that lead. They have the back line in P2 as well. And boy, oh boy, are they sitting pretty at the moment. Looking to extend into something where they could tie this game up. Coasty, though, takes advantage of the overextend on the slide. And now it is Empyreal's hill yet again. Team KTX not too far away, looking to make up for that misplay just a little bit. Drake's Chifu finding a couple busy around the outside, looking to make a play, but is going to get shut down by Chifu, and KTX going to make a difference through the back, but the rest of his teammates have gone, so he's going to kind of have to wait for someone to gang up with him, or else he's not going to be able to really make a legitimate play on this point. And there's nobody better that you could ask for in that situation than Massacre. Luckily for KTX, you had the numbers, but KTX found his way right back onto the point. Coasty gets taken down on that reach out, so excellent P2 there for Team KTX, and they're right back in this game. P3's looking to loom as well, and Chifu's looking to hunt on a 6 spree. And boy, oh boy, I mean, 12 and 14 may not be a true representation of how Massacre is playing, because this kid can rip your face off.
Yeah, he has been playing lights out the past couple days. This map, though, it's Coasty that's really shown up and fragged out. Speaking of fragging out, look at Shefu. 24 and 11. He's got something to say before this one ends, and he's going to say it as loud as he can. Still, KTX with control but down 10 points, looking to try and make that theirs. Again, it's their signature P3, looking to make something happen. And looking at this spawn rotation, look at Coasty. He's hitting that alt route, and Massacre through the front door, Coasty through the back, and it's an absolute wipeout as Empyreal just completely rips KTX off the point.
KTX looking dominant, looking to assert that control yet again, in control of the P3 for the moment. Everybody for Team KTX just kind of fanned out, looking to make something happen and not just all push from the same angle, but you're just getting fed to the sheet that is Empyreal at the moment. They're just cutting you down. You get a couple of seconds on the backside, but in P4 position is already Empyreal. 1 kill up top. You are going to get that trade if you're Drix, luckily, but Chifu now looking to make it play onto this P4. Excellent shots, but the reinforcements are there immediately for Empyreal. KTX on the hill finds one, just going to play his life just a little bit. Found out through the backs by Drake. Onto a 3 spree now, trying to claw back into this thing. And it's like, you know, they're far away, right, KTX, but they're always just 1 money hill away. But it's just so difficult to get a money hill against Empyreal.
Yeah, that's how we saw them take the hard point that they did yesterday, and that's exactly what they're going to look to do again. But again, Empyreal are just that little bit stronger, that little bit better. Vizzy, oh, what a flick on the second. Oh my goodness, when Empyreal's cooking like this, it's kind of hard to stop them. They're going to almost break 200 off this P4, looking for the full reset, and look at the map control they already have towards this P1. They know there's nothing going on towards P4. They just get all the positioning in the world. Look at the spot of Ash. Can't win that gunfight. That would have been a big one to claim, but now Empyreal, they're going to expand their influence. A big gunfight win as well towards that south side, maintaining control of that P3 area. Again, they're just going to try and get those P2 spawns underway if you're Team Empyreal right now while getting some points on the board.
And you see Team Kinetics really focusing on that as well, just trying not to push up too far. You do have one player up, and that's going to be Shocks, but he kind of backed up into hill position, so that's good for him. And he does pick up a kill as well, so this is kind of the positioning Team Kinetics was looking for. One in the back line, that's going to be Drix. Doesn't really know that Calyx is behind him, so he's just going to go run up in towards the office, and Calyx could be just a nail in their foot, and does get traded out, luckily, so you'll maintain control just a little bit for Team Kinetics, but Coasty with that kill is going to force out that top half of the map for them, and now they can work towards the backside, get a couple of seconds off of P1, and while Team Kinetics are battling, it just seems like Empyreal just did too much early.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really great play there from Empyreal. They got the P2 spawns. They got even, we saw Vizzy spawn to all the way behind P2. I mean, that's the one thing that Team Kinetics couldn't afford to let happen is now. I mean, Empyreal, they're looking to win off this hill. Couple big kills already. Ash going to find one on a Coasty to start this break, but they need a lot more than that, especially with spawns being so close. But no, Coasty spawns out. He's going to be so long to reinforce this hill. They need kills onto the point, and Ash will do just that. A big one to find. Looking for more as Shifu puts a third on the board. Now that spawn out finally rotates in. It's one found from Coasty before getting traded out as Calyx will grab one, but Kinetics, they find themselves a desperate hill, but one that's good nonetheless. Their money is good here, and they're looking to cash in. Still looking for more as Calyx, though, as Empyreal. They're putting their foot down. They want this P2 win, but they can't quite find it. Over to P3 they go, but look at the setup. They're already here. They're already ready. And it's going to be a meat blender for Kinetics to push through. Shefu, the last one up, the last one available, and he falls. Down to 5 seconds left. One last chance, and there's just nothing left. Empyreal with a huge map 1 win in dominant fashion.
Lost the map number 1 to Team Kinetics yesterday. Did not do it today. A 49-point victory for Empyreal. And they're just such a collected and calm team. When I watch them play, it's like, yeah, they'll go 2 or 3 dead, but not panic. They'll just hit a quick regroup, and all of a sudden, they're right back to the hill yet again. Or you'll have someone like Massacre or Calyx just go absolutely massive and make a play towards the hill. Heck, Coasty will get it done, 32-29. Whoever you needed to was going to go ahead and make a play on that map. 24 untraded out of both Vizzy and Coasty. Something we touched on yesterday. 133 out of Massacre on hill. Excellent work out of him as well. They just deal with these little micro issues so well. Nothing gets to them to their core. It's like, okay, yeah, they're going to get theirs. They're a good team too. They're going to get their waves. They're going to get their kills. Let's not react to it. Let's just regroup and do what we got to do.
Yeah, I think it very rarely looks like this Empyreal team is lost. That's the biggest thing that I can say about them. I mean, they always look like they're moving with a purpose towards the same goal. A couple of times I've seen something where it's like debatable whether or not it's the fully correct thing to do. But if you do it as a team, sometimes that doesn't matter. Sometimes no matter what you do, as long as you execute it properly, it will work out. And I mean, if you get enough kills, that's just how it rolls.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how it's been working for them. They're just winning a lot of gunfights that they need to. And a lot of it, they're just finding themselves in better positioning because they have a plan. They're not getting caught out a lot. And yes, there definitely have been times. And that's where Team Kinetics found that success yesterday. But hasn't been the case early on. It's still a long series, and yesterday was certainly not anything short. We went all 5, and map number 5 wasn't, the round 11 we thought it might be, but it was still pretty darn good series.
Yeah, I will say, especially for yesterday's match, the S&Ds were the real killer. I mean, Empyreal looked so good on S&D. This time, I mean, we're going to start it off with Protocol, unlike yesterday where we started off on Vault. That was unsurprisingly the ban from Team Kinetics this time, which, I mean, if you get 6-0 on a map, you don't really have a choice. So we're going to see that Protocol. And then if we do get to another map 5, it will be Hacienda S&D. So definitely a map that would be a pretty great map 5. But before we get there, we've got Protocol S&D, Protocol Control, and then some good old Vault Hardpoint. And at least with how that map 1 went, I mean, by no means did Team Kinetics play poorly, but that was a pretty... As much as the score looked close, it really felt like Empyreal came out ahead in a lot of the important gunfights.
Yeah, and that's kind of what the story has been. They're just a little bit ahead the entire time. And you talk about this specific map mode combination of protocol. It's just a bang out kind of towards bottom. A lot of teams don't elect to go all the way over towards that helipad. It's just a long way to go. And plus, all they need to do is have one player anchored in back, and everyone can rotate to you and pick up pretty much any spot you have. So it's really a desperation bomb plan, in my opinion, to go way the heck over there. I believe it's B over there, and A is down below. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of bang outs, and that's something about this game. You see a lot of heads up gunfights, and that only kind of leads towards Imperial's gameplay, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I need to give a big shout out to Shefu. He was absolutely frying on map 1, almost dropped 40. I mean, that's a pretty absurd performance, especially for a team that was in a, not in the greatest of positions. I think if Shefu doesn't fry out that map, that could easily be, only 150 points on the board, even low as 100. But Shefu really kept them in that one, won a couple of really big ones. I mean, we pointed out non-traded kills. He was by far the highest on his team while also picking up a bunch of trades. I mean, it's a great spot to be in regardless. You now know you have someone that, I mean, again, if they play like that on the S&D, if they are really still flying out there, especially like you said on a bang out map like Protocol, that can be a really big piece to that puzzle.
Absolutely. We'll have to see how it plays out. Listen, I'm not sure how close we are to map number 2. I talked about these teams quite a bit already. I think we're just going to toss it to a quick break. As soon as we come back, map number 2, we'll be here for you.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Again, try and win this.
Alrighty, promised it wouldn't be long, but we're back, locked and loaded. Protocol S&D map 2 coming up. Empyreal, they're in a pretty good spot. They won on this map pretty easily yesterday on this mode as well. So they're looking to continue riding that wave. They're the first seed for a reason. They earned it with every step they took yesterday. So they're going to look to try to take a decisive 2-0 lead. Meanwhile, Team KTX, they're looking to draw even.
See what they're able to do. I know S&D, interesting battle for them yesterday. In the map 5 specifically, went down 6-2. Looking to rewrite some history. Coasty gets a first blood, answered quickly by Drix. Chifu finding one. Oh no, Codcaster's broken. Never mind. That was Drix getting that kill. Now back to a, wow, 1v3 now. All of a sudden, Chifu. Feel like I said that quite a bit yesterday as well.
Yeah, Chifu has been the one that's been playing well, but has ended up in a lot of those 1vx scenarios. And I mean, before you even know it, round 1's already in the books, and it's already Empyreal's hands.
Not how you wanted things to go. If you're a Team KTX fan, you felt like maybe that a hard point could have inspired something for you, but hasn't been the case so far. Early on in this S&D, looking to make it right here on that defensive side. Maybe they can get something cooking here. Get a little bit of a setup. Maybe have someone kind of take a look up top, yellow or top cat area. See what they're able to do here with the bomb in hand. But Shotgun to find that first blood. Clean shots, Team KTX with that benefit. KTX now a couple of shots into him. Drix is going to fall as well. It's like Massacre grabbed that. Oh my goodness, dirty work by Massacre. Finds another one. So now it's a 1v3 for Ash, and it's a little bit of deja vu. The only thing that changes is the faces of the names, as they say.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough start for Team KTX. I mean, to be fair, we did see this happen yesterday. The first time it did not go well. The second time they were able to fight back. So if they've got any fight left in them, they're gonna have to show it off here. And you know, again, this is still the upper bracket. Both of these teams will have another shot at each other in the finals. But 2 teams will advance from this last chance qualifier, but they want to be that first seed. They want to be that number 1. That's what they'll play for if they next meet in the finals. And you know what? They want to get there as fast as possible. And that's that direct route. If you get this win, you're straight there.
Takes a lot of work to get there. Doing good so far. 2-0 in the series, 1-0 in the series, 2-0 in the S&D. Shock, another first blood for him. Sorry, that was Chifu with that first blood. Looking good work here, trying to get that bomb down towards A site. Teammate with him, that's going to be Drix down below. Coasty takes one out up top. 2v2 situation now. Trying to work around up top. KTX, his teammate Coasty. Last 2 alive, stun check in. You find a little information with the stun. Nothing but the nade. Slide chow comes through. Oh my goodness. What a win. You trade that through, and KTX will get the round back.
Yeah, that's a tough situation if you're Empyreal. I mean, you had the stun check. You had them forced off to one side by the nade, and then you just can't convert at all on the chow. I mean, I think the slide chow was just completely unnecessary. You know they're at least partially still a little stunned. I feel like you can just chow that straight up, but it just doesn't go their way. KTX now in a position where a round win just ties them right back up, and they are right back in this match.
Only down 1. It's good spot to be. Talked about clutching up on the defense. Exactly what they were able to do. Now I'm looking to make a roll here yet again. Posty,
how many times have we seen that angle?
Rip it. It's the same one out of Coasty. I think we saw the exact same clip last round. Both players just zipped up at almost the same time. I didn't know you could do that, but here we are. And here we are in a 3v2 situation now. Empyreal with the player lead. Drix taking that right back away, though. So KTX and Vizzy are the last two alive. Just kidding. Drix makes it interesting now, being the last player up for his squad. Empyreal will put that away.
Yeah, Empyreal, again, they just have a really strong round. This last kill especially is one that I think shows the confidence. Is it overconfidence? Maybe. Having this Chell go awry could really put you in a bad spot. But Vizzy, I mean, if you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And if you're looking to rip some heads, I mean, that's the way to do it. A straight up Chell just finds that head angle. And, I mean, that is just, again, the confidence of Empyreal. They're up 3-1. They've got the confidence behind them, especially if they win this round. They're going to be in a great spot. So KTX, they're going to have to put a stop to it.
And they got to do it quickly here now with the bomb in hand. Won their previous offensive round, looking to do it again, but they're going to have to deal with Massacre. Who else? Vizzy finding a first blood. Yeah, able to answer by getting that kill onto KTX, but there's a couple of trades coming all the way through. And there it is to a 2v2. Chifu, Shock, Massacre, and Vizzy. Make a little bit of a wrap here on the defensive side. Make sure they don't leave anything off of the table. Seemingly looking like it's going for a big gunfight win out of Massacre, leaving Chifu last alive. Bomb in hand at the very least, so it's not the worst situation you could possibly be in. Working on that plant now. Both players are probably going to converge on this point. Definitely going to now. We'll work a little bit of a team push, see if Chifu, excuse me, can get a little bit of separation and some timing to make something happen. Both players on the bomb site. Vizzy with the defuse. Jet coming through. Shot coming. Nobody falling. Defuse through. Empyreal. Clean. Defuse. Retake.
Yeah, I don't even hate the play from Shifu there. I mean, you know you're not going to win two straight-up gunfights, especially if they're most likely just holding hands with each other. You have to try to hit some kind of route, something like that. He just doesn't have the time for it. It's an unfortunate situation dropping in the way he does, especially for the morale, but I have no qualms with that play from Shifu. It's a tough one that doesn't pan out, and it's the kind of plays you got to make if you want to try to win the round. But Empyreal now in a great spot. That's a great nade from Shifu, though. Well, we see this exact same angle yield another early kill. Doesn't look like it. Toasty gonna rip the head off of one. Looks for a second. It's Vizzy in a 1v3, now 1v2. Looking to make that work one way or another. Shifu does get stun checked in known. Does spot them out. Doesn't quite find the shots, though.
But he's able to pick up off of the back of that. Teammates all gone. Chifu, the Lone Ranger, more often than not, unfortunately, just trying to make a route yet again. That's the name of the game when you're down this many players. Just trying to make something happen. He does pick off one, but Coasty right there for the trade. Cruising. Empyreal 5-1 now.
Yeah, they're looking to close this one out quick. I mean, a little bit of a misstep near the end of that round, but it's just more than claimed by Coasty. I mean, just in such a great spot. And, I mean, just converting on those opportunities is exactly what Empyreal's done so well. Not even just series, all of yesterday, all of their season. I mean, they've had such a good run. It's honestly surprising to see them in this last chance qualifier, but they're going to make it their own.
Looking to establish themselves as a team that maybe can make some noise in playoffs. Certainly looking like the best of the rest at the moment. It is going to be a nice first blood out of Drix, though. So big pickup for Team KTX as they're trying to keep some hope alive and see what they're able to do. Maybe make something crazy happen. Let's see what goes on. Ash follows up with kill number 2. Bomb plant is going to go down. Ash will find another one. Onto a 2 spree. Vizzy, the last alive. Maybe not even going to try to... Oh, no, might as well make a play. Not on a streak. See what you could do. Finds the first. gonna zip on up, get a regen, and hit a route from somewhere else. I like that. Yeah, got some time on the clock, try to get a couple of kills, waste a little bit of time. You never know what could happen. Both players look your way at the correct time. Good reads out of them. Team KTX will pull away, get a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long road, but KTX, they're going to give it their best shot. A good round where it was almost a flawless. I mean, the last kill is in a situation where the round is essentially over already, but a good kill to find regardless. I mean, good for the confidence of Empyreal to not get fully, just wiped off the map, but from this position, I mean, there should be a couple RCXDs lurking, or at least pretty close for the side of KTX. Should be some from Empyreal from their earlier rounds where they won pretty handedly on a couple of them. I believe it's Busy that had one to my knowledge, but in a weird situation, that run out could be dangerous. Nade goes through, but won't find anything. It's going to be an early kill for Massacre, looking for more. Kosti's going to find one as well. Massacre running forwards and absolutely slamming that dagger down as Empyreal looking for 6.
Almost as if to say, all right, you had your fun, but Massacre's here now, and your dreams have been crushed. Empyreal up 2-0 in the series. 6-2 scoreline yet again for them, just like we saw in their previous S&D against Team KTX. Just really impressive stuff out of Empyreal. It's just how many more things can you say about them at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. They've played well. They played a pretty consistently strong game. I think there was only one, I mean, they only lost 2 rounds, but only one of those was really, one where it felt like they truly didn't really have a chance at it. But, I mean, heading back to Protocol this time on Control, it's going to be hard to say that I don't expect them to close out the series here.
Yeah, they kind of dominated in that last Protocol Control we saw. Was it a 3-0? I don't remember. I think I
want to say 3-1. I could be wrong though.
Either way, it was a pretty convincing performance. Either way, yeah, we're nitpicking. We're splitting hairs, I guess. Whether you get around or not, you still gave up 3 against Empyreal is basically the story. So if you are Team KTX, though, that's kind of, I don't know, like, let's talk about them. What do they have to do?
I mean, I think they did have some really strong control rounds yesterday, not only just against Empyreal, but against some of the other teams in this bracket. But it's hard to give criticism that isn't just gun better, maybe try some more interesting pathing. I mean, we saw Empyreal yesterday go for a full B-side rush early. Obviously, that was on a vault, not a protocol, but the same sort of principle applies where that B-side is so hard to get a true hold on that a lot of teams will only send that one player, maybe 1.5, one floater in between A and B. So if you're able to rip those 2 players off, you can get some really solid early progress. It's a matter of, do you stall out from there? You're going to need to win some big fights after that point, and they're ones that you're not exactly in advantage. And against a team like Empyreal, that's a really hard thing, but I don't know if you're really going to be able to consistently fight fair against a team like Empyreal.
It's just like a dog with a bone in these respawn modes. To get to the hill, to just come off respawn and be an absolute demon, it feels like they'll do whatever it takes in any situation, and they're just hungry to get there and hungry for these gunfights. And I think that's something, talking about, going into playoffs, if they do end up pulling this off, that you think they can potentially catch some of these top upper half teams off guard and maybe be able to take a map or 2 and maybe make something interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I would 100% love to see just that happen. And I mean, we are unfortunately going to need to wait a little bit before we get to take a look at this Control. Both of these teams needing a little bit of time to mainly just reset. I think it's a lot of just taking a moment. I mean, there's a long day of COD ahead of both of these teams, one a little less so than the other, as the winner of this goes straight to the finals. But even still, we're going to head to a quick break. We'll be back after this with Map 3.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
No, righty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's map number 3 coming at you. Nice and hot. It's still Raph, it's still Shake, and it's still the Call of Duty League. Here in the U18 side of things, it's Protocol Control. It's going to be a fun one. It feels like it could be the Empyreal show, but Team KTX, they want to rewrite the script.
Yeah, rewrites the script is exactly right. As this one, I don't want to be a downer, but it feels set in stone. Winner of this one will secure their spot, as I expect both of these teams to. But well, obviously, winning one is a lot easier than having to go down to that loser's bracket. That's for sure. That's where your season's on the line. It's do or die. Both of these teams in a very good early spot. Empyreal completely shut down at the outset of this round, though. And a great start for KTX is exactly what you want to see. 2 down, though, for Empyreal. Will give them a great opportunity to get some time on towards A. Half a tick already, looking to finish off that first one before anything really goes wrong. Shefu, though, already 5-1 in a great spot. Make that 6 as KTX. They continue to shut down Empyreal early here in map 3.
And that's exactly what they're looking to do, just to try to stay in this series, see if they can make something happen, make this tournament interesting. Couple of kills will come through, however. for the side of Empyreal. Trying to make a way towards one of these points. A does have 2 ticks gone already, but reinforcements all the way through. 4 dead now for Team KTX. Full map control for the moment. Trying to push up in spawn is going to be Ash. See what he's able to find. Nothing. He gets dealt with rather quickly. Unfortunately, Chifu does his work through bottom. Busy is going to go ahead, or KTX is going to go ahead and take care of that. Shocks through mid, trying to make something happen. Nothing doing though. Vizzy finds his way onto the hill. Reinforcements are right behind him. Going to get a little bit of a stack. 2v2 pinch coming around the outside for Team KTX, looking to collapse on the point. A little bit too late. They do get the kills, but a point is gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a last-minute one, though, from Empyreal. Only 5 lives on the board. They're going to have to make something happen. They've got a couple already. They can get a stack going. They can make these lives not a matter to be trifled with, but there goes a nade that'll really sink the dagger in. 3 ticks on the board. Looks like it's all Empyreal will get. They barely even touch this B side. It looks like Massacre will be able to get a sneaky little tap onto it, but past that, I mean, there's not much more to be found. Massacre, going to look to try to hit some kind of alt route, but you know what? If we see a 1v10, I might just lose my mind, so I kind of hope he doesn't.
I think I might fall out of my chair, and don't worry, it's not going to happen. Team KTX will take our round number 1. So there you go. You get something rolling for yourself as a squad. You have something to build off of, a little bit of confidence. The gunning and the positioning was going pretty well for you. Even in moments you got backed up in your spawn, you see Drix looking in a pretty desperate situation after they gave up A. They just continue to work on lives and clutched up when they had the big advantage.
Yeah, I mean, now it's the time for Team KTX. I mean, they don't exactly need to win this round, but really establishing a tick advantage early is going to be a big piece for this. I mean, I know I joke a lot about Protocol just being a a round 5 simulator on Control, same as Vault. But, I mean, when it is 2 teams that are within the same sort of skill bracket, it usually will come down to that tick game. And so far, KTX, they've got a chance to set themselves up with a lead. But so far, they've been stopped a little bit earlier than I think they would have hoped.
Definitely looking to get a little bit further up that map. The last place you want to be is in a spawn trap. Well, Team KTX says no shake. That's okay. We'll deal with the spawn trap. We'll fight our way out of it. Clearance onto A as well. Trying to make a little bit noise on that B side was Chifu. Does get taken down, but his teammates are still there. Shock picking up another big kill through the bottom of that white spawn building. Cleared off the point for the moment. Our Team KTX, only 1 tick at that initial push, are able to get back onto it. Tick number 2 looking to come through here, not quite yet. 1 player on the hill is dealt with. Shock though is still alive, looking to make his presence felt. Up to 11 and 8. A tick secured, an extra minute on the clock, and alive. You know, they're even. They're back and forth at the moment, but pretty even.
Yeah, with this much time on the board, KTX can really slow things down, play for lives, and they've done a good job so far. Up 2 already. As Shepu hitting a great alt route, almost whiffed that one. That could have been bad, but even still, they'll start getting some progress on towards this B side. Could we see an inverse of what we saw yesterday? KTX already 1 tick on the board. They've got that advantage locked down. Massacre needs to go huge. Will push forwards, gets ripped off though. And another big play. It's busy this time to find that savior kill. They'll regress that 2nd tick down to nothing. But a big advantage already found from Team KTX, and they're still looking for more.
On the hunt, on the prowl. 2 players dead. See if they can stay alive long enough, and that is going to be Ash sent back to that respawn screen. Chifu, though, looking to make a little bit of a difficulty through that backside. Having the trigger discipline just to try to stay wary in that back castle. See if he can catch someone through. Let his teammates know, hey, like, we have some clearance. That rotation is coming through. Empyreal looks like they're trying to set up some kind of push, some kind of plan here. But the pressure has begun for Team KTX.
Yeah, that timer's ticking. I mean, at this point, it might be a matter of give them the 2nd tick. We can't lose this round. 8 lives to 8, now down to 7-7. Still on the point, and they've got to fly, but it's already gone. KTX, they'll get a 2nd round on the board. Looking to do what Empyreal did to them yesterday with a clean sweep up. They've got a great step towards that.
Never know, man. This could be interesting. I tend to doubt the fact that, you know, Empyreal won't be able to make a game of this thing, but you go up 2-0, you feel like your chances of winning are pretty much sealed away. But this Empyreal squad, nothing is ever certain. But Team KTX, you got to tip your hat when they're playing well, and that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, 100%. And now it's a bit of an odd situation if you are Team Empyreal. You know, you're going to have to win 2 offense rounds to close this one out, most likely. And that's a pretty scary prospect. I mean, especially with the win on Tix in the previous round, it's going to have to be a pretty Herculean effort from this position to establish yourself in that round 5 on the side you want. But so far, I mean, neither side has been favored for Team Empyreal here in this series. Or apology, at least in this map. But they got a little bit of a bad start again on this offense. Not getting the kills they need to open up this A side. Shefu, though, in the back line. He'll continue to cook. He'll continue to go. As Shefu is still looking for more. Gets number 3 on the board, looking for 4. Nothing in his sights just yet. The KTX 22-22 despite the efforts of Shefu finding 4 in a row. As 21-21 would not lie the lives. A little bit of progress towards this B side is surprising to see from Empyreal, but not unwelcome.
No, it's kind of something we see from time to time, not even necessarily focused on gaining a lot of time, but just drawing some attention over there so your teammates can work towards that A site, maybe find a couple of kills when shoulders are turned or something like that. But now just trying to get towards that A site is what Empyreal is trying to do. A couple of kills through mid are going to allow them to get through. A couple of players stacking on the hill. KTX through mid is going to get caught out by Chifu. Unfortunate for him. Thought he had the positioning, but Chifu was just prepared for it, and that's going to be that push shut down. And it only 1 tick. They did not get the second. 22 seconds left.
Yeah, that second one pixels away. Regardless, though, this one never looked like it could have gone the way of Empyreal. Too many lives, bleeded dry, and no progress on A. Not the thing you need to stay in this undefeated place. But for now, I mean, Empyreal, they got to start looking towards map 4 as KTX. I mean, not over just yet. Empyreal, they've got one last chance to take this A. They need to find these gunfights and quick without losing too many lives, and there's just nothing to find. A 4 down, a fitting end for a sweep like that. KTX, they'll get a map on the board, and they'll find themselves now within striking distance of Empyreal.
I mean, they got the map number 1 last time, so it's a little bit different, but they still took them to map 5, so nobody really expected that 2-0 start out of Empyreal based off of what we saw yesterday. The map number 1 was the difference there, so we'll have to see if this map number 4 will go Empyreal's way, or if, you know, Team KTX can kind of find some more of that hardpoint magic.
Yeah, I mean, again, no surprise, it is Shefu that was absolutely frying on that map. I mean, there is good play, and then there's whatever we just saw out of Shefu. That was absurd performances again and again. I mean, we saw him on a 6 streak in that last round there. I mean, basically representing his team's entire life lead and causing so many problems along the way. I mean, it's a great thing to see. Is now heading into, again, like you said, another hard point. This time it's on Vault, and a map that we did see. I mean, this Empyreal team looked so good on in every mode yesterday.
You know how it is for Empyreal when we start talking about this map. It's just not exactly where you want to find yourself. Honestly, on a Vault, it's just it's so rotational heavy, and boy, did they lock down that top art yesterday. Oh boy, did they kick their feet up there, and that was just fits. Chaining that P3 to P4 was something they did very well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big proponents to really having success on Vault, especially when it comes to hardpoint, is that P3 into P4 is where you're going to make your bread. I mean, P1 can be nice, but it's pretty mixy. P2, again, like a pretty awkward hill to fight around a lot of the time. There's a lot of entrances, a lot of overlooks specifically. But that P3 into P4, I mean, it's a really great time to get some great control over the map, find your way around, especially that P4 is, I mean, as close as you're going to get to a money hill on Vault. And at least from what we saw yesterday, Empyreal's the kings of P4.
Absolutely, and it's just locking down that area, and they'll keep it contested the rest of the way through. They aren't as strong at P2 as they are on the P4, but they keep that mixy as well. And we saw them get some 20 to 30-second holds there. So that's another spot you got to worry about. P1 is just making sure they aren't able to carry away and get a bunch of gunfight wins right off the rip on you. That's really your job if you're the opposing team on that side. So you just got to look for Team KTX to just manage that P1 as best as possible, try to really force out P3. And if you want to give up time to just focus map positioning, I'm okay with that if you win it. If you're not winning it and you're still trying to fight that war, that's when we kind of got to start trying other things. But if you are winning that P4 positioning and you can lock that down, I'm okay with P3 kind of being washed for you.
Yeah, I think P3 again it's such a mixy hill. It's hard to, turn that into a real big piece of points. But from the position where, you're going to have to get points somewhere. And Vault is just such a mixy map. Again, P4 is the only thing you could even really consider a money hill. There's been some very strong, especially P1s out of KTX that we saw yesterday. That was something I was really impressed with. They were able to maintain really good control over P1. They had a great setup. They maintained P2 spawns really nicely. I think a couple times they let Empyreal sort of get in the back there, get those spawns. But if you're getting that many points on P1, sometimes that's not even a terrible thing. P2 spawns are really nice, but if it's in the face of 40 points on P1, you'll take that every day.
So if we're gonna go to a prediction line here, what do you feel this map number 4 has between these two teams?
Honestly, it's hard to say. Based off of just again what we've been seeing and what we saw yesterday, I do expect it to be 250 Empyreal taking this map. I'm gonna say probably around that 210 for KTX. I think they're a team that's really good at staying close, but I think a lot of the time it's Empyreal staying ahead for the most part. We did see KTX win this yesterday on hardpoint, but that was, again, a good P3 to P4 chain at the last minute. So if they can do that again, by no means is this impossible, but that's going to be a hard thing to do again against a team as strong as Empyreal.
Easier said than done. Let's see how this one gets cooking. Early gunfire as expected on the P1. In control for the moment is going to be Empyreal, shooting and tooting, kabooting. KTX on the hill, getting a kill. Oh, wow, that one was by accident. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm not trying to be like that. Team KTX just trying to battle through. And that is a completely open hill. Empyreal are a little bit closer, however, just trying to make a little bit of noise. Finally able to hop on. KTX and Coasty, the last two players alive, in fact, as Shocks and Go are going to find some 3 pieces all the way through. Now, Coasty, the last alive, gets sniffed out. Team KTX just gets the tail end, but take a look bottom right. They're in decent positioning there. Shock trying to win that gunfight for positioning, and back does. Unfortunately, on the front side, Coasty is going to find a big kill. Now, Chifu trying to do some damage control does exactly that, and Team KTX is prepared for a fight.
Yep, they're looking for it, that's for sure. And, again, they gave up a little bit of points on P1, maintained those P2 spawns, didn't get too over-aggressive, didn't let anyone from Empyreal in behind them, but Empyreal, they just thunder on through, and we have Coasty hitting shots like those. Any hill will fall alongside it. As Shock will trade back one eventually. Oh, a messy fight from Vizzy will lead to his end, as it's a mainly scrap fight from here. Shock will get in through the back door onto P2, but again, just shot in the back. It's Coasty again with another big 2 to hold this point in the hands of Empyreal. On to P3 we go. It's a long rotation, and no one's really ready for it. As one last gasp towards P2 was a lot of the energy expended from these teams. It's going to be Team KTX, the first team there, but again, not a good enough setup to really hold it down for an extended period.
No, did flood right through the back. Are able to grab it for the moment. See if they're able to hold on. That battle is going on for P4 positioning. Shock is going to get that first kill. And you get the spawn back there at a Drix now. If they can hold on, this could be something good. And try to get some time on P3 as well. Going to be easier said than done, though. Coasty on Overwatch. Going to beam a few. And then KTX is going to find one as well. Up in that mid archway. Gets gunned down. Good positioning, though. Holding strong for Team Kinetics. The issue is, though, we keep talking about this long game and things like that. Holding for P4 can be a money hill, but we've seen it time and time again. If you let Empyreal get too far away, they're mighty difficult to catch.
Yeah, 40 points already on the board. They will, again, get full control of P4. This is going to be a really tough break for Empyreal, but how many times have I said that, and how many times has it been responded with a 4 down in the blink of an eye? 2 already found for the side of Team Kinetics, trading 1 back on a shock. We'll give them control of that art side for now. Still need to win that 1 big gunfight there up against Ash on the minimap. He'll find 1, looking for number 2. Can't quite get it just yet. KTX onto the Strider, will not be able to get much going. Still needs to maintain this positioning. Top art goes Shefu, needs to find the kills, can't quite do it though. 2 found for the rest of his team, as this money hill is exactly as prophesized. And they're going to hold it down for their life, needing to win that 1v1 and doing so. Onto Shock, and another big one from Shock to find another big opportunity. Team Kinetics, they're going to take the lead off of this P4. They're going to look to do more than that.
Well, hey, if it's a money hill you want, it's a money hill you get. And Team Kinetics not only wanted it, but it was something they definitely needed. Now looking to make a rotation towards P1. Empyreal are the first team there. KTX on the hill. Working around the outside is going to be Massacre. Always have to keep an eye on him. A little bit of a slower day for him so far. Numbers aren't as impressive, or as crazy, I should say, as they were yesterday. Open hill for the moment. Team Kinetics with this game of catch-up, they'll take a little bit of white hill for the moment, especially if they're gaining some map control and information.
Yeah, I mean, I think the person that's taken the spot of Massacre is on the other side of the pond now. Shefu, again, with a great performance. Shock to follow it as well. I mean, a great spot to be in if you're Kinetics, if you have players playing like this, but they don't convert to points on the board, at least directly. Still, the rotations need to come through. Still, the space needs to be fought for. Massacre up close and personal, looking to try and make something happen. Can't get really anything going. Shock going to grab a couple. Apologies, no, it's Shefu. Speaking his name a lot this series, and for good reason. Coasty, though, fights for P2 all by his lonesome, and he'll win that fight. Still, looking to hold back the rest of Team Kinetics as that hill pops and will be claimed by one of his teammates. Still, in the back lines, KTX going to get cleared out, but immediately traded out by Vizzy onto Drix. As again, the trade comes through from Shock. Shefu needs to find this 1v1 if they want anything going on this break. Alertly keeps his life, as the rest of his team looking to rotate through. Finally, Kinetics, they'll find a temporary break, but they don't have full control just yet. And that's if Empyreal have anything to say about it. A great call from Vizzy to find that one. Massacre with another, as the hill flips once more over the hands of Empyreal.
And right back it flips to Team Kinetics. Now pushing through the backs is going to be Empyreal, trying to make something happen. KTX does flood through on the open hill. Gets traded out, and that's 3 dead. So scrap should go to Team Kinetics. And now the mad dash towards P3 and top art has begun. Battles in the mid-map will go down. Ash is going to find 1. Shock just trying to play his life, being ever so cautious, make sure no one is sneaking up behind him. I like how he's got his head on a swivel, ready to rock and roll back there.
Yeah, I mean, again, if they can have another hill like that last P4, no matter what this P3 really ends up being, if they can keep it mixy, if they can keep the spawns, it's great, but they're flipped. It's already something they're going to have to fight for. That's going to be their main prerogative, is getting control of this P4. The points on P3 are nice, but we saw just how much of a money hill that last one ended up being. And a couple of big fight wins for Empyreal should even keep Team Kinetics off of this while maintaining P4 spawns. Looked like Shock almost got a little too active there for a moment, but looking to hit this alt route. Needs to be a big fight win from KTX, but he'll go down. Now P4 spawns in the hands of Kinetics. They give up all of P3 except for those initial points they got for these P4 spawns, but they're still a little bit split up, still a little bit divided. It's going to have to be a fast hit here from Empyreal. 2v2. They find the first 1v1. They're looking for another one through the side. Shefu, 9 HP, needs to stay alive. Needs to keep making something happen, but the break comes through, and Empyreal, they're all the way in.
Yeah, that's the problem. Empyreal was just all around that P4, and everybody for Team Kinetics was just out on the outside with only Ash left on the hill. It's tough to try to defend 3 players by yourself, especially if you're not prime Scumpy. Even then, it's quite difficult, so Empyreal will continue to work on this lead. now locking down this P4. We're a little late to the party, but just locking down now, trying to get over this 200-point mark.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to stop them from doing just that is going to be Drix through the back end, but a good 1v1 win from Massacre is exactly what the doctor ordered. Again, look at the KDs of Empyreal. Honestly, overall, they're negative on this map, but their rotations have been so good so far. And just they know when to fight for space, when to give their lives towards that hill. And so far, it's been Massacre that's been the one really soaking that time. 2 minutes on the board, at least for now. Looking to expand that even further as, again, on to time, go Empyreal. Not really going to be able to realistically finish it off with this P1, but they can get darn close. And KTX, they're going to have to do something about that.
They don't want this thing to end now. They've done such a good job dominating that control and battling through this hard point. They don't want to go away quietly. P1 control is going to be theirs for the moment. Vizzy, a couple of shots just to distract. KTX finds one, gets traded out, so Team KTX will remain in control for the moment, making a play through bottom. It's going to be Vizzy just biding his time, see if he can find something. Does get taken down. And oh, big two-piece by Chifu gets taken out, unfortunately, by Massacre, who is going to just take the rest of the scraps here. P2 coming up. Shock in the back does get taken care of, trying to hold down that backside so his team has quick reinforcements all the way around. Not going to be able to hold on there. So the gunfight's the battle for P2. Could this be the end, or will that 4 dead be keeping KTX around just a bit longer?
Yeah, not a surprise. It's 3 from Shefu. Again, he's been the one that's been absolutely going wild. Still, it's Drix with 2 from the back of the spawn, holding on to that spot for now, but will get cleared out. Ash doesn't spot the player right beside him, and Massacre will take that one easily. A second from Massacre, and one from Coasty as well. Massacre on the Strider, and that'll be maybe all it takes. A good hold from here for Empyreal will put them right on the door. They're knocking on it already, and they want to go to champs. They want to punch their ticket right here, right now. 9 seconds left. It's all scrap from here, as P3 might be where Empyreal punch their ticket. Vizzy's going to find 2 to get that initial fight underway. There's only 4 seconds needed to send Empyreal through to champs. It's Coasty onto the point. Can't quite get 1 second before he's cleared off. So we relent for a moment, but onto the point again goes Massacre. He'll be fouled once again as KTX, they hold the line.
KTX staying alive just a bit longer, fighting through that backside, but now Vizzy, he's going to be a pain in your backside. That is taken care of swiftly by Chifu. Must be a little bit of a proctologist dealing with some backside pain. Too much, chat? All right, I'll put that one on the shelf for later. P3 is certainly on the table right here, right now. Only 3 seconds needed for Empyreal. If they could find a break, they could put this thing away. But Team KTX made a battle of it towards the end. Empyreal had enough to say 3-1. They will advance to champs. Not done for today, though. Still a little bit of Call of Duty left to play. They are in the finals for this tournament, but they already punched their ticket. Congratulations, Empyreal.
Yeah, they've confirmed that they are making it to champs. The only thing left for them to decide today is whether it's the 1st or 2nd seed. But a well-deserved trip there. I mean, a great performance yesterday, going undefeated, and they keep that rolling. As the only thing for now is who's going to meet them there in the finals. It's going to be either Team KTX or the winner of the match we're going to watch up next. Atlantis versus Wiseman will be our next one for today.
Plenty of more Call of Duty to come at you today. Atlantis versus Wiseman. Chat, we're going to get that match set. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been try to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for 'em. hell. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays of Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the empty players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
And 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be in.
Nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is again surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the legacy we saw last game. This is the legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just gonna hop on up the kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. Is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh.
Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you, and Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse, almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1, doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check finds a 2-piece of his own, and that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And
lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Being dim, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile's just going to hop on up the kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill. Careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the odds as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh
8,
my
it's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is again surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life is a smart thing to do. 26-16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's
Oh
8,
my
there's
gosh.
9. Votel is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votel is running out of bullets and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got some fun on the docket for you. It's Shake and Graph, U18 Call of Duty League, brought to you by GamerxSociety. Got a little bit of a lower round matchup coming at you. Going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's going to be Atlantis versus KTX. I mean, we just saw KTX take a pretty tough loss, but they did beat Atlantis yesterday, so there's going to be a little bit of a grudge match, and this is the one that'll decide the second team that goes into champs. This one's for all the marbles for your season for now, as that ticket to champs yet to be punched by either side, but KTX the favorites to do it. Let's see, already 15 points on the board to start the hard point. Not a bad start by any means. They're going to look to keep this point gray and get some P2 spawns underway.
P2 spawns on that side is going to be Team KTX. P1 was in hands for Atlantis for a moment. Just a little bit mixy early on. Atlantis does hop right back on it. And just going to elect to push towards that P2 time. Not much time left on it. So just trying to gain that control, push Team KTX all the way out, and just trying to win some of these gunfights. And they are going to find Bandolero and Terry are going to combine for a couple. Shock trying to make some plays throughout mid-map. Finds one. Can't quite connect on the second. Teammate and Drake's going to go hunting for that player that was up top. A little bit of a different push here now for them. While Team KTX find themselves on the hill yet again, but Atlantis, they're right around.
Yeah, good ripoff there. As Atlantis, they find a good 3 down. That should give them some good points on the board. But KTX, they're spawning pretty close. Milk Money will get one to sort of quell that initial attack opportunity, but it's Smooth with a great spot to try to play off of. Has an opportunity to really make something happen, but the team nade might be a big deal. Thankfully, nothing just yet, but it will be a flip of the hill due to that team nade. KTX are going to take control of it for now, as they should be able to more or less tie up the score heading into this first P3.
What they're looking for, first team there, 4 players up, looking to make some kills through mid. Shifu is going to find one. Certainly a playmaker for the Team KTX squad, looking to lead them to champs here. 1 series away from doing it, but Bandolero cutting down that rotation through the backside as his team tries to work now to get that re-break for themselves, see if they can get the lead back for their own right here. With that break, it does come through clean. 7 seconds away from that lead. If they're able to hold a couple more players pushing through, Shock will be the first one to end it.
Oh, that's a tough one to lose. An opportunity for Drix to clean up. Needs to find more than one, but can't quite do it. Good trades in, and the rest of the cavalry arrives, but it's a little bit too late as El Bandolero will pick up the cleanup. Is now onto the first P4, the first real chance for both of these teams to get some points on the board. Milk Money, the only player in position for Atlantis right now to make something happen. A good collapse, though, from Atlantis. Will give them the initial break. Not fully set up just yet. Now they are trophies down and set piece through, as they're going to look to try and get some major points here on this P4.
Lock it down. Milk Money, couple of shots through, does find the kill. That's his second there. Drakes gets cut down by Terry. So Atlantis looking to pick up a little bit of business here. Off of that last loss, both of these teams reeling. Map number 1 could be a lot for this confidence here. Atlantis getting broke yet again. So it's going to be KTX in control.
Good opportunity as, again, KTX, they get into the point. They get some good points on the board as the good turnaround. Shock completely going to lay one out there as now a good opportunity. Again, more points on the board. Drix barely makes it out of that one with his life. As even still, Atlantis down a little bit early. They've got positioning on P1 to try to make up for that deficit. There's only 10 seconds between them and KTX being tied back up.
Close game. These teams want to make it to chance so bad, and that's a cool thing about this last chance qualifier. There's a lot of pressure on these lower teams that aren't necessarily always put into these type of situations where winning means the end of a tournament or a chance to be in a situation like that. A lot of them, you know, don't really get to those cups or don't necessarily end up in a Sunday position, but here they are trying to step up and show out best they can. Team KTX ripping Drix, able to pick up a kill on the hill, now finding some time as well, trying to just lock down the rest of this scrap. P2 getting circled about by Atlantis for the moment. One reinforcement is met and dealt with by Work over towards that side. Terry now going to go push out those spawns, make sure that nothing's doing. He did read the spawn back there. He is going to have to deal with 3 players. See how many he's able to pick up. He does definitely get one. Now doing a little dance. Does get caught up. Too many players to deal with, but does waste a lot of time. His team is able to gain some on the hill.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. Drix with a couple great shots. Get your AR in position and let Drix do some work. As that is a big couple to find. That's going to flip the hill and give KTX some much needed time. Drix continuing to let that AR sing. He's going to keep going. Finally does get claimed after 4 in a row. But now, Lannis trying to get the rest of this scrap. Trying to draw within 20 of this Team KTX side. But KTX, they've got those P3 spawns. They're going to look to hold on to them for now. So they're going to give over a good amount of this scrap. Look to maybe keep it gray for now. A little bit of a last-minute hit that I will say depends on where they're spawning. It looks like they are spawning right next to P3, so they manage it well regardless. They're not able to get any really advanced positions, so they're going to be collapsed into this P3 building. And especially when there's so many entrances, that can be a difficult hold to make happen. But here we go for KTX.
See what they have in store. KTX trying to lock down, not able to do a single thing about it. Clean sweep through the hill. Now fighting through the front. Shock and Chifu, Shock and Chifu able to find a couple. Traded right back out. So there's battles through on in the hill yet again. Drix around the outside, finds a couple. Tries to chow through and find some more. Smooth though. But again, another one. Oh, fancy turn and burn. Good gunfight work there. And there it is. KTX extending that lead yet again. P4 battles have begun though. You see a lot of black arrows already mounting towards the middle of that map. Just 8 seconds left till we really get rolling. 3 dead. Milk Money able to keep things alive. A little extra for fun, but maybe would have been best served turning around. But either way, your team is there helping your back. Atlantis ready for P4.
Yeah, a huge Stemtex is going to claim one and a teammate. As Atlantis, like you said, full control over this P4 for now. A good opportunity for KTX to make some kind of break happen. They've got a lot of players in position exactly where they want to be. They get the first pick on the board, looking for number 2. A lot of damage will get cleaned up by another player. And it's a clean break from KTX. They made that one look easy as 2 from Smooth. Really makes that one a cakewalk for them as they'll continue to try to hold on. Another good hit opportunity here for Atlantis. They get through the bottom. Drix can grab 1. Still need more than that, but through the back they go together. Milk Money, Ooh. 2 and a teammate onto him. As good rotate in from Smooth. He'll grab 2 back to keep that point KTX's way as the rotation for P1 already underway. As already Shock gonna get claimed on that. Atlantis, they've got control. But how many times have we said, hey, they have control and then they just get fried off of it? They're gonna need to make a real hill out of one of these soon, or else KTX will cross that 250 mark.
Absolutely. Great point, Graf. They've been able to make breaks, but holds have been the issue. Atlantis now trying to do just that. Terry finding 1, still alive on the hill, roaming around, able to stay alive, find that kill. 2 spree now for 2 of his teammates. Terry will find another one with that nade. Good shots there. Bandolero finding a kill as well. Terry finally does go down, but Bandolero picks up a 3 spree. So holding onto the hill is Atlantis. Reinforcements do come through. Terry flanking through mid, just going to take this over. Excellent P1 so far. Out of the side of Atlantis, looking to get back into this game. We're down over 40 points at one point, just digging back ever so slightly. Need to make sure they keep funneling Team Kinetics towards the back so they can chain this to P2.
Yeah, if they're able to get this chain, it's going to be really big. We're basically all tied up. Atlantis, they had a great hill. Oh, that's a tough start to this P2. That's a very critical piece of infrastructure to have under your belt. As Milk Money, Terry go hard. A couple of trades back and forth. That's the big fight win from Shock. A big one to find as it keeps the numbers in Atlantis' favor. Even if the trades do come through. Still, 2 points between them and a good double from the side of Kinetics will get them the hill once more. Milk Money going to grab that back immediately so. As vulnerable on the point will get cleared out there by Smooth. Still, again, picking down is the time that Atlantis have to make something happen. Only 5 points lay between them and Kinetics for now, but they need to make their way out of the point and will. A couple big kills and a good one on a reinforcing player will draw them level and now ahead into an upcoming P3 is where we may see this game end. Atlantis already looking to try and get the control of it. They don't care about the scrap when Milk Money wins the 1v1s anyways to hold on to that as well. 10-point lead for them as they look to try to close it out here on P3.
It'll be interesting to see who was able to come out on top. Team Kinetics get the early kills, trying to make the break, but aren't able to stay alive long enough as Atlantis are going to come out on top of those trades, all 4 dead. Looking to lock down, but a couple more kills will come through at the top cat positioning. I believe that was Chifu, so now it is Team Kinetics hill for the moment. Milk Money finds one to get that with his life, so Work's going to find his way onto the hill. Does get taken down, so that's a 3 dead for Team Kinetics. And looking to close this one out. It's going to take darn near a perfect hold, but Atlantis, they're all the way on the other side.
Yeah, it's tough. Kinetics, they've got the hill for now. They need to just hold on. Now ahead in the score, 3 dead as well. That's going to give them a big opportunity. If they could just freeze it for 10 seconds, or even a few, they could get to a P4, but they could have control if they need to fight in. They need to fight now. They find the hill for a moment, and that might be enough. Still only 4 seconds. 3 into the hill they go. Milk Money needs to make it happen. He finds the contest. How much longer can they hold on? They make it to a P4. Now can they find the hold on it? They're on it for now. It's just 1 break needed, but it needs to happen soon. Kinetics, 10 seconds left. Need to go forwards. Albandolero onto the point. Finds a critical kill. Now a little bit more needed. Smooth finds one. Needs a little bit more than that. Can't find it over the top. 3 seconds left. Onto the hill for both of these teams. Needs to be a last-second contest, but it's just not there. Atlantis, by the skin of their teeth, will find a map 1 win.
What a match out of Atlantis. They pulled it out at the very end, didn't they? Honestly, I thought this was kind of going to be Team Kinetics that were asserting themselves and starting to run away, but Atlantis, they darn near chained all 3 of those hills together. P3 was pretty mixy, but P1 was majority theirs. P2 was pretty much their control as well. You got to tip how they finished the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, a great last, I don't want to say last second opportunity, but a big, big opportunity now given to Atlantis to really make something happen. They haven't really been able to do much against Kinetics, at least yesterday. And now they've got a chance. They're ahead in the series, heading into an S&D. This is, again, for both of these teams' chances for champs. I mean, heading now, it's going to be apologies, not a protocol. That was the last series. No, it is a protocol. I'm dumb. I'm looking at old notes, but they still work. Protocol locked and loaded for map 2 S&D. A big opportunity for Kinetics to make something happen and draw level.
Definitely. They struggled against Empyreal last time out, but that's a completely different animal in Team Empyreal. So you hope to find some success there and just, not allow Atlantis to get on that run. If you get out ahead and search and destroy like they did in Hardpoint, it seems a little bit easier to put away. So I feel like this is a good get back map for Team Kinetics.
Mm-hmm. It is obviously one that, again, not a must win, but it feels like one. It's you don't want to go down 0-2 with your champ's life on the line, especially against a team that has that little bit of fire in them. I feel like Atlantis, even when we saw them play against Empyreal yesterday, they had that little bit of fire, and they weren't able to let it fly against a team as strong as Empyreal as much as I think they would have liked to. But against a team like KTX, that can really come back to bite them. I mean, they're going to dog their way through this series. And I said it yesterday, they don't ask how, they ask how many. And that's the real thing that matters in this series. I mean, they need 3 maps on the board, and they're a third of the way there so far for Team Atlantis.
Team Atlantis certainly battling right through it. Map number 2, we'll throw it to just a quick break. When we come back, S&D will be here.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shots. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been try to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for 'em. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars, yellow.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. What to do with.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're back ready to go. Protocol Search and Destroy. And this one might be the one that really sets the tempo for this series. I mean, we've seen this KTX team struggle on this map before, but that's against Empyreal. Against a team like Atlantis, it's hard to say how this one will go, but it's one that really feels like it has to go KTX's way. Atlantis up 1 map in the series, and they're going to look to expand that lead.
Tell you who certainly doesn't want it to go that way is Atlantis. They want to be able to take a 2-0 lead, but it's not looking great for them so far because Milk Money was left alone in a 1v4. Does find Drix to get it down to a 1v3, but still, Milk Money not in a great position. Bomb on the ground. They know where you are, so pretty much good luck from here. What? You see that player? What?
That was something. But regardless, that's one round for Kinetics, and they're gonna start that long road. I mean, the early S&D rounds are a lot of just feeling out and trying to figure out tendencies and that sort of thing. I mean, these teams have played against each other yesterday. They should at least be a little bit familiar, and you know, they're gonna try and take that familiarity all the way.
What they're able to do early on, Kinetics getting the round that they needed. Team Atlantis trying to bounce one back on the defensive side. But aggressive, getting some forward positioning and gonna get bit for it. Drix will get that first blood. Control the A site will go to Team Kinetics. Get things down. Bomb will go down. Here comes the retake. A little bit of a split push. Two on one side of Spiral. One headed down towards the elevator. Maybe just making a wrap. Work has to back on up. Takes a little bit of nade damage. Bandolero and make a wrap through Big. Not going to be alone. It's a tricky push through that big door. Those head glitches are pretty difficult to deal with. And a 4v3 retake underway.
Yeah, it's a tough one to make work, especially as the bodies start to fall. Kinetics, they'll take a second round, already showing much more signs of life this map than they did against Empyreal. And in the last map, I mean, that last hardpoint is about as close as you can get it. But this time, they don't want any second guessing. 2 rounds on the board already, and looking to make that more.
Getting this thing even further. Kinetics doing the early work. Down 1-0 in the series. Need to even this thing up. You don't want to go down 2-0. Atlantis is a team that you dealt with pretty well yesterday. You already gave up a hard point to them here. Can't let them really start feeling that confidence. Get a 2-0 lead. You feel like it could be over. Your season could end up being over.
Yeah, this time, Atlantis again going to get shredded towards this ace site. Milk Money and Work need to make something happen. Work finds one, but immediately going to get traded out. Milk Money, 9 HP, and known location, known quantity. The bomb very much not in his hands. Quite literally in the most precarious situation it could be, it feels like. Milk Money most likely going to get caught out here. That's some weird timing from Smooth and Milk Money. Don't know if they spotted each other, but it might not matter. 40 seconds on the board. Now spotted. Now known. Just baiting for Smooth to make something happen on the back end to shock. I mean, this one should be just about done. That's a great start from Milk Money. But again, 30 seconds only on the board. Might be just trying to build that streak. Maybe cancel out a couple from Team Kinetics, as they're just going to hunker down in the bomb room here.
And with that bomb down, that might be right. Maybe just start building a streak, feel confident. But it looks like he's trying to find something here. It does not pay off for him. Team Kinetics going to cash in on another round. 3 in a row now. Soared to quite a decent lead. But we've seen some crazier things go down with reverse takes and things like that. And it's just a classic bomb hit there. Just doesn't go your way. You don't win the trades out bottom, and they're just able to hunker up on you.
Yeah, tough situation to be in if you're Team Atlantis from here. I mean, you had such a good start on map 1, but you've still got some players with goose eggs on the board. You've got to get those players active if you want a chance in this one. Drix with a 3-streak, Shock on a 2-streak, some RCXDs right around the corner for Team Kinetics. You have to shut that down now if you don't want these advantages to keep piling up further.
Rolling here. Bomb again towards the A site. Tifu making that plant. It will go down as well. Going to make a concerted push now is Atlantis on this retake. 2 players on each side of the map. Again, with the big door hit, work is gonna find two. Big numbers advantage for Atlantis in the moment. They're gonna find another one and the second as well. And my, oh my, what a way to get your first round on the board flawlessly in a retake.
Yeah, that is a really big tempo setter. I mean, it's a thing that now KTX has to respect. You just got completely wiped off the map on that retake. And part of it's an individual play by work. Part of it's the coordination from Atlantis as a whole. And from this position, KTX, I mean, they're still in the driver's seat, but now that driver's seat starts to feel a little bit more bumpy.
Yeah, getting a little hot, like these heated seats are a little on the fritz, burning your butt quite a little bit. Atlantis, though, finding a little bit of relief in the off switch. It's working for the moment. We'll see if it stays off. 1-3 is the score line. First blood will go to Chifu and Team KTX traded out. But Bandolero finding one to get the numbers back just a little bit smooth. A couple of shots there. Not able to find Milk Money, however. Is just going to get out with his life. Bomb plane goes down. You are a man down, but that at least flips the pressure. Gives you a chance to now make a play. And there you go. You find two. All of a sudden, Shaka left alone in the bomb room. Uncomfortably finds one. Now Bandolero just going to back on up, play his life. Hop on the defuse. Is going to be shocked. Will Bandolero be able to get there in time? Oh no, will we see a ninja? Oh, you bet we do. 4-1 Team KTX.
That's a tough round to lose if you're Atlantis. You try to hit that alt route. You try to make something happen. But in the end, it's just giving up your advantage that you had. A really tough one for the mentality of Team Atlantis. If they can fight back, they've still got a chance in this map just yet. But that chance is starting to close, especially with Shifu cooking like he has been. 8-3 after a great performance on hardpoint. And that's what you like to see if you're Team KTX.
Exactly what the doctor ordered here for this squad. They can go up 5-1. What a feather in their cap. Bomb down early will certainly help that cause. Not a 2-2 push, a little bit more concerted towards the big door side this time for Atlantis. Pays off for Milk Money, gets that first blood. And now a little bit easier on the retake.
Well, Bandolero had a great opportunity with that RCXD, but just wasn't able to get the value I think they were hoping for. And now KTX, they really start to come alive. I mean, they were playing well on hardpoint, but S&D... this time is their playground. Only one left. It's Bandolero in a 1v2. The knife comes through. Oh, not enough time. Oh, that would have been absolutely a meltdown for the side of Team KTX. That would have been crazy. But Atlantis, they still can't convert the round. And KTX almost added some insult to injury, but almost put themselves in a deep hole.
Yeah, almost is the operative word, but what happened? They got the dub done. Now looking to even this thing up, commanding lead here. It's pretty much, signed and sealed, not quite delivered just yet. The mailman's en route to your house to deliver an S&D loss and a 1-1 tie to your front door. Atlantis, though, looking to make me look like an absolute buffoon and pull off a crazy comeback, and a team as dominant as KTX, the only team to go 5 with one of your finalists already in Empyreal. The battle going downhill here. Oh, and that is going to be work. Finding the first 2 kills up in that top cat position. Now Chifu just left running around trying to find something, find somebody. Smooth gets a couple of shots away with his life. Terry, he will find Chifu, and now Smooth left alone. Atlantis staying alive.
Yeah, staying alive is right. 100%. I think the issue is they need to really, I mean, obviously they need to get a streak going because they don't have any chances to fail left, but you know what? Once you get a couple rounds on the board, a couple in a row, it really starts to flip, but they're only part of the way to that so far. Atlantis, not out of this one just yet, but they've got a big opportunity to really put a crack in KTX's armor. Even if it's not a matter of winning this map, it could be a matter of just getting your confidence up heading into a control against a KTX team that has been so strong on that mode. It's going to be Hacienda something that you haven't played against them just yet. That's going to be a big fight win, though, for KTX to try to make something happen. Work. Always good for one, but he needs more than that, and it's not quite enough. KTX, right barely at the end of that round, will take map 2, and they'll tie us up at 1.
Tied it up 1-1. You get it done, and you know it was a little squeaky there towards the end. It wasn't exactly how you planned it. Smooth though, nice slide, Chow. Sleeve, smooth criminal sliding on out. Gets it done. 1-1, 6-1 victory in the search and destroy for Team KTX. Pretty clinical work. They just kind of got ahead on that live count time and time again, and just never really had to look back.
Yeah, I mean, the first bloods were so good from Team KTX. They just played a really good S&D map. I mean, that's the main long and short of it. Atlantis had a couple rounds that they could string together. They had that flawless retake that looked really strong, but I think the issue with a lot of Atlantis's opportunities they had is they were given off of one player just doing something insane. It was Work getting 2, Work getting 3. A lot of those situations, while they are nice and you will take rounds off of them, they're not consistent. And that's what KTX has done really well. They're a very consistent team on S&D. As, you know, they might not be able to reach the heights of Empyreal on a lot of rounds, but they're going to be right there every step of the way.
Absolutely. Battling, scratching, clawing. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 3 will be on the way. Our control. This series is tied up 1-1 between Team KTX and Atlantis. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whittle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you, and Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, Atlantis and Team KTX are getting ready to get after it in our map number 3 control. Team KTX did just take the S&D, so we're even up at 1 apiece. It's shake, it's grab. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I think this one will be the real big setter for the rest of this series. Hacienda control. We haven't seen a lot of Hacienda control this weekend, but I'm glad to see it. I hope these teams are too, because we're already right into it, and it's already Atlantis. Tick already on towards this B side, looking for 2. Contested for the moment from Smooth, as it will be 2 on the board already. Looking for number 3 is this one. It comes down to a big 1v1 win, as KTX already 2 ticks on the board is not something they will complain about, but they will get rinsed off of it and have to recollect for now.
To hit that reset now does Atlantis. Do get 2 ticks early, so that's good work out of them. Live's not in a bad spot either, but kind of far away from where you're trying to hit out towards B. A, decently open. You do have to worry about, I'm sorry, the team names flipped? They are. The team names are flipped. We got Shifu. Team KTX is going to be in the red, and we have Atlantis in the white, just to keep track there for the moment. So you got Team KTX now actually working on offense.
Yeah, KTX doing their best to try to hold this through. Currently down lives, but they do have 2 ticks over towards this B side. Looking to try and finish that up if they can. They've got a good hit from the back here. They've got 2 onto the point. Not a lot of time needed to finish up this cap, but Shock gonna get completely rinsed off of it. As now a good chance for Atlantis to clean up this round. They need to find the timer extension off of this B side. If they want any chance. El Bandolero finds a great timing on the 1, but again, still onto the point. It's contested, but it's found for Team KTX. They'll find that timer extension, and they'll find themselves only down 1 life heading in towards this A. Still very doable for KTX on this offense.
Team KTX trying to make a break on over now towards B. Getting that, or towards A rather. They do have the presence now. Progress has begun. Make the break now. See what they're able to do. Trying to make some kills happen. Do get some progress on. 1 tick should be coming through. Smooth. Big kills. And then find some more. Hunting through the backside. Finds 1. Trying to size up a second. Teammates. 2 ticks already through now on A. Doing a great job on the offense so far.
Yeah, and then like that, it's over. Atlantis, they looked like they were in the driver's seat for a lot of that round. They gave up the B, still wasn't too big of a deal, but then they just get completely shattered over by that A side. And I mean, KTX They've been such a strong control team, so it's not exactly surprising to see, but that's one that I think Atlantis would like another track at.
Definitely want you capitalize on those types of situations. KTX, though, was able to capitalize on the offense. It just feels like maybe Hacienda is a map they feel comfortable on, and that could just be the tail of the tape. On the defense now, see what they're able to do. See if Atlantis can find some magic of their own. Early B hit. Couple of players still, all 4 players still alive. Nobody falling just yet on either side. Drake's able to find that first blood. Now a little bit of a dance through the back. 3 dead. Shock able to get the Smooth, excuse me, finding a big 2-piece. Last player left alive on the hill gets dealt with. So that should be some extra progress for Atlantis, but not a full take yet. Work just trying to make his way through the backside. Couple of kills go through, more progress, and decent little offensive job here for Atlantis.
Just now getting that first tick. Also getting some progress over towards A. Looking to get a tick there as well. A little bit of a split of the attention so far is exactly what Atlantis is going for. It looks like Work. Gonna get chased out towards B, but it doesn't matter. A already falls by the wayside. It's going to be a hunker down for KTX over towards B, but that's going to be hard when you were down 5 lives. Now only 2. A couple down and 3 dead is a great start for KTX on this B defense, but they've got a lot still to do.
A lot of work definitely left for Atlantis to try to capture up on this thing. Lives not in a bad spot. That's the good news. They're going to have Work in a decent position, trying to find some players through mid, just working a little bit of a lane flank. But his teammates are getting cut down at the moment, all coming off spawn now, except for him. He's going to be a big remaining piece here for his team. That gets cut down as well. So Team KTX, after giving up A, rebounding nicely.
Yeah, a big spot for Team KTX to try to hold on. If they can get this 2-0 lead, it gives them a fantastic situation into the rest of the map, especially if they can hold the 4 ticks. Not the lowest number that they were really hoping for, but Atlantis' attack has gone very well at the start, but it seems to have stalled out. Timer frozen for now as they make some progress over towards this B side, but Smooth to clear that out. Does expend the timer, but that's not going to be the main thing that's going to run out. It's going to be the lives first, if anything, for Atlantis, as they look to slow down, look to take it one step at a time, and there's 3 dead. Now an opportunity. Now they fly in towards that B side, all down just to Smooth to try to make something happen, and he's going to get completely wiped out. Now it's Work, trying to be that knife in the back, trying to be that extra unknown quantity, and he's done it beautifully. They've all been wiped. They've all been slaughtered as Atlantis. They will win on ticks and find an offense round of their own.
Well, it seems like we may be trading a little bit of offense here. That's at least the case early on. And it looked like B was not going to be really all that attainable by Atlantis. It looked like Team KTX was just kind of rolling on defense. But it was just that last break there, and Smooth was the last player alive for KTX. He gets taken down as well. That full stack and setup comes through. They just win a few gunfights, and it's over.
Yeah, so far on this map, it's been Smooth that's been the big slayer for Team KTX. If they can keep that tempo, it could be a recipe for success, but a recipe is no good without a good chef. And so far, both of these teams have done a great job at cooking up a absolutely fantastic map 3 for us. That's 2 offensive wins, not something you usually see back-to-back, as again, it's Atlantis giving up this B a little bit more than I think they would have liked early. That's an awkward fight, but one Atlantis will win regardless. 1 tick already gone, but they will be able to cancel that progress. Still, even on lives, 4 down from each side. Now, finally, an advantage starts to form for KTX. Up 2 lives, still looking to make their way towards this A, and a big fight win from Drix. That's a good piece of positioning onto the point. As that starts to tick away, 1 tick almost already found will be confirmed, as there's no one from Atlantis even close. It looks like almost a reverse spawn trap forming here for the side of KTX. They're looking to hold a nice big meeting in Atlantis' spawn. Milk Money going to get caught off guard there by Smooth. Can't do much in the face of Shefu as well. Still, this A taking a long time to capture due to only 1 player being on it. Second tick not quite claimed just yet. All it'll take is one person on it for just a moment. No one wanting to be that person to go touchdown. And so far, it's just a matter of map positioning and draining the lives. Kinetic doing a beautiful job of it.
Yeah, absolutely, but when it comes down to the tick game and trading offenses and things like that, you mentioned, nobody wanting to touch down and hop on. A is getting taken care of regardless, but, you'd like to see against maybe some better teams, especially against a team like Empyreal, you focus a little bit more on that hill instead of trying to funnel out to spawn so early. But you had an 11 life lead when that hill went. It's up to 16 now. You pretty much have the round under control. Not too much to complain about here and now, but later on we could see different results.
Yeah, I'd love to see Atlantis all just flood towards the point. They know they're not going to win this round. They need to hold them to 4 ticks. If they get that 5th, it gets a lot harder. Come around 5 situation. There it goes. 5th tick almost on deck. You need to dive for it. They won't get the 5th tick on the board. And if you're Atlantis, again, chalk the round. You need to stay on the point. Force them to kill you. And keep that 5th tick out of reach. But even still, Terry Go Hard has a good spot to hold these players back. Will have a little bit of trigger discipline to try to make something happen, but in comes the 5th tick onto the board. Team Kinetics, they will take what's given to them, and now they might have an opportunity for 6. Not gonna take it though. Kinetics, they will take the round handedly after a great spawn trap. And Atlantis, now they're the ones playing catch-up.
Yeah, spawn trap was definitely fruitful for them. Getting the round done. Only offenses to be had so far. Will Kinetic shut it down on defense? But I don't know. But certainly would like to here get that 2-1 lead in the series as early as possible. But just really textbook work, just picking apart Atlantis piece by piece until there were no lives left.
That's going to be, again, a must-win round for Atlantis here. This is a map that you maybe don't particularly expect to win against a control team as strong as Kinetics, but, putting yourself in that position where if you can take it, you'll take it anyways is a great thing to see. But Kinetics, again, quickly making things happen as they get an early life lead and get some good positioning over towards this B side. Nothing on the point just yet, though.
No, not quite. Still trying to gain some map positioning, maybe work on lives just a little bit. Is Atlantis just trying to work through the back so they have control of those spawns? Do need to work towards one of these hills at the moment. B was being tracked, but that got cleared up immediately by Team Kinetics. And, it's like I get wanting to push up and have that forward positioning towards spawn, but eventually at the end of the day, in control, you're going to need to capture those points. You can't always rely on whittling down lives.
Yeah, big 1v1 win from Drix on that B side. The only player really close enough to have any say about that point. Smooth. Finding 3 beauties back to back. And that's going to, again, set Kinetics up. Take this one home. 24 seconds on the board. Atlantis, they need to find one of these points, and it's likely to try to be this A side. They can throw themselves at it. How successfully will it be? They will freeze the clock with the B for now. Just playing a little bit of ring around the rosy, trying to get out with their lives, get a kill under their belt. As A, already 2 ticks gone, looking for number 3. Drix with a big fight win. Smooth will find 2. As it's one more chance for Team Atlantis. Milkmoney going to find 1. Needs to keep the space available for his team. Heading around to Boulder, though. Shepu will find the 1. Needed to do so and will. 5 seconds on the board is Smooth. Needs to find these players to get that clock rolling and will do it. It'll be a map win on deck for Kinetics. 1 win from Champs now as they look to claim their stake on it.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Dominant in the search and come out swinging in the control. Certainly not as, effort. Well, it certainly took a lot more effort than the control did, or the search and destroy did to win the control. But either way, you get it done. Team Kinetics 2 in a row now after that opening hard point loss. 15 23 non-traded kills from Smooth, 29 and 11 on the map. I mean, you can't ask for much more out of him. They're just playing really good Team Call of Duty right now.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, their play so far, especially, I mean, we've said it, I've said it, they are such a strong control team. And, I mean, they show us exactly why. Heading now into map 4, Skyline Hardpoint is going to be a tough one here for Team Atlantis to try to fight their way back into. I think it's by no means impossible. It's a map that all these teams have played plenty. Unsure if they've played it against each other, but they should be taking notes. They saw the matches against Empyreal. They know how to beat this KTX team. It's just a matter of whether or not they can execute.
Right, and that's the biggest thing. It comes down to gunfights a lot of the times. The X's and O's, the routes, the arrows you're taking, they're all good. But do you win the gunfights? Do those bullets hit? Or are you just getting a lot of hit markers and a lot of open air? That's the difference a lot of the times. And now you look to a map number 4 and a Skyline, and I don't know if you feel that all confident if you're Atlantis. I mean, it did go pretty well for you in the map number 1, but still, you got a team that's rolling now in Team KTX, and a team that has already performed well against that team that slapped you around, who's already punched their ticket to champs. Yeah, that's who you're going against, looking to save your season.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on that map 1, I mean, in retrospect, it's Atlantis being 2 points from already being eliminated. Without those 2 points, It was going to be a sweep. I mean, it's a map that they won. Don't get me wrong. They had a great finish to that map, but it's one that by such a slim margin, it can't feel comfortable to go back to this time with your season on the line, a ticket to champs lying in the balance. It's a really tough situation to be in, as I mean, they're going to look to do it regardless. You have no choice. This is your last opportunity. This is the last chance qualifier, named so for a reason. But these teams, they're going to wait a little bit before getting to that last chance. We're going to head to a quick break, get things sorted out, and we'll be back with Skyline Hardpoint Map 4 after this.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Why you gonna try to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the empty players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Skip.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still even inside. Running away is easy. You still even inside.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is again surely gonna be a valuable return on investment.
Alrighty, back locked and loaded again, this time with a big prize at stake. It's Team KTX looking to punch their ticket to champions up 2-1 and still looking to try to make that happen.
Still looking to keep that dream alive. Map number 4 is coming up shortly, so we can talk about it just a little bit before we get straight into things. It's going to be interesting. See how these two teams feel each other out. KTX is kind of knocking on the door of things at the moment as we head into a skyline. It's a lot of hot and heavy rotational, a lot of SMG play going on here.
I mean, Skyline is one of, again, the faster hard point maps. I mean, I want to say most of them are really fast outside of maybe Hacienda, where you have a little bit more of that rotation. But, I mean, again, we saw KTX play against Empyreal on this map. They did well. They got to that 200-point mark, but it just never felt like they were truly in control. And you know what? I would have said the same thing about Atlantis in map 1 if they didn't somehow pull it out at the end, right? If you're able to stay close, you always have that chance to be in striking distance. And Atlantis showed that perfectly in map 1.
Definitely. And you mentioned it perfectly. We're a few seconds away from this series being over, but it's not. And that's a testament to Atlantis's battle ability. They're battle tested. They're ready to go. They're not afraid of that moment. And I very well could see this map being just as tight as the map number 1. So it's going to be a dogfight, exactly like the last one was. You can't sleep for a second. So it's going to be interesting. See if map number 5 is on the docket or not.
Yeah, I would love to see a map 5 between these two teams. I think that would be an absolutely fantastic one to watch as we're underway, looking like things are going well. As this one, I'm not sure if this one is live or not. Looks like it is. Fully heading into it. As Team KTX do get the initial first control over this P1, looking to still make some things happen as much as they can. As Shefu going to swap to the Strider and grab one for himself, as that hill will be flipped over to Atlantis for now, but the P2 spawns still being fought for. Atlantis going to rip 3. That should give them most of the control over the rest of this P1 as long as they keep their heads down. Shock in pursuit to try to make something happen, but not much to be found.
No, not too much. Maybe a couple of seconds at the end. P2 is getting ready to roll. Atlantis is control of that as well. Now making your way through Piano and Elevator. That little bottom lobby was Team Kinetics, but they're just getting gunned down left, right, and center. Shock is luckily able to find one. Does get traded out right there by Work, who finds himself on the hill, trying to hold down the last player alive while he's reinforcing teammates, trying to make their way back. They are here. Now just got to win some more gunfights. Trying to extend this lead. Smooth, though, with the zippies. Gets two. Can't stay alive long enough to find the third. So it is going to stay the hill of Team Kinetics for the moment. That the rebreak for Atlantis right there. And they look like they want a map 5.
Oh, yeah. Definitely looking for a map 5 here is Team Atlantis. They've got the lead for now. But this is something we've seen Kinetics be able to deal with pretty well. Obviously, when they did it against Empyreal, it didn't look quite as good. But you can say that about both of these teams as Empyreal. There's a reason they punched their ticket already. Shock will grab 2 before getting traded down. The next hill pops to P3 this time. A lot of control for Team Kinetics, looking to make back that deficit as they've got a great piece of map control for them. They've got a player over by Jacuzzi. They've got 2 on the hill, 1 holding those back spawns. I mean, this is such a tight net that they've created.
Trying to lock in, extend that lead. They don't want Atlantis to feel like they have a chance. That P2 was a nice spark, but they're trying to snuff it out here. Team Atlantis, though, able to answer with 3 kills in control of the hill and the P4 side as well. Terry Go Hard. Excuse me, I was going to say Terry the Go. I might as well sometimes. He plays like he's the Go. Gets a big kill towards that P4 side in back. Now locking down those spawns for his squad. Looking to sit pretty as P4 pops and just winning these gunfights out front on P3 as well.
Yeah, Milk Money barely going to get taken down there. Smooth. Still looking for more onto these rotating players as P4 pops. It's going to be, again, Atlantis with first control, but a good fight win. Smooth almost had a second one there as just barely limping out of that fight. Even still, Kinetics still knocking on the door of this hill. That's an awkward fight and one you really don't want to see go like that if you're Kinetics. But Atlantis, they'll take it all day long. They've got great poise and control over this hill for now. Looking to get some real money, some real bread on the board. Shefu with 2 to try to break this through. Smooth will continue and complete the break. As Kinetics, they want to get some points on the board, and they're going to do so beautifully. They get all the way through the back, claim the spawns, and that'll be the rest of the scrap for them. P1 are underway for Team Atlantis, because they're going to try and get that control for themselves.
Looking to establish that, and Chifu already playing towards that P2. Shock, excuse me, on that as well, does get taken down. Chifu, he will stand tall, top cap, find a big 2-piece to try to anchor down that backside. Milk Money is still in the back along with Bandolero off of that respawn, but he did just sneak past them, so he is going to be free in the backside for the moment. P1 in control of Kinetics until they had that amazing break for Atlantis. Now looking to hold on just for some more time. Shock gets taken down on the trade.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. I mean, both of these teams are fighting tooth and nail. Oh my goodness, El Bandolero. How do you convert that into 2? As maintaining control of this P1 is of absolute importance right now to Atlantis. They're going to try to do just that. 3 in the feed in the blink of an eye, though. Kinetics, they'll flip it and grab the rest of the scrap. P2 spawns in control for Kinetics for the moment, but it looks like Work. A huge 1v1 win on 4 HP will give a little bit of control over to Team Kinetics. They're at least spawning up close and personal. They're going to try to make something happen. But Work wasn't really cleared out. Will collect again, but it's Grix with 2. As it's Atlantis with the hill at the start. Swapped over hands once again to Kinetics. 25 points down, looking to make that deficit. Mute and Void.
And if you're Atlantis, you need to hustle on over. You're trying to rotate across this entire map, and you're getting cut down. Only 2 players left alive. Big gunfight win out of work, luckily there. So you're able to get that. Bandolero now on the point, gets cut down as well. Work will fall, and now Team Kinetics looking to get back in this thing, tie this game up. The hill contest will come through. Milk Money, did he find the timing? No. Too many targets for him to deal with. Scrap should go the way of Team Kinetics as they take this lead, but the P3 setup, that's what we're looking for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a pretty similar P3 setup to what we saw Kinetics do. 2 on point, 1 holding those back spawns for P4, 1 holding Jacuzzi. It's such a hard line to break, but Kinetics, they're doing a great job so far. They've ripped the player off Jacuzzi, but they lose 2 in the process to try to pull this back. Atlantis, they want to punch their ticket to a map 5 and then Champs after it. They need a lot more work to go their way. In the lead right now, but that lead has flipped how many times, so they can't afford to let it keep going that way. As 10 points up, contested for the moment, but will continue to take control. Drix with a big 2, though, on the point. Will continue to make this happen for Kinetics. Looking to try us back up once again. Swap to the secondary. Drix. 6 in a row. Hellfire on board, looking for a second one, as he's been another absolute thorn in the side for Atlantis so far this map. It's work. Finally, we get to sing his praises. He's the one, 21-13 so far for Atlantis, but it's still Kinetics with the lead at this time, despite the kills not going their way.
And Drix finally does fall. Team Kinetics right back on the hill, looking to extend that lead yet again. They don't want to hear about your map 5s. They don't want to hear about your underdog stories. They think they're one of the best in this LCQ, and they want to show you why. Starting to take flight here. A couple of kills out of Shock in the backside, trying to cross that 200-point mark. Team Kinetic, they're starting to cook.
Yeah, this P4 has been really money. It's all down to Terry Gohart. He's in a good spot to make this break happen. Needs to find his first fight. Can't quite. Will find one, but not before being immediately traded by Shifu. As now, an opportunity to play towards P1. There's no time for another hit, especially with the spawns from Atlantis. They're going to have to go down to the wire again. They're going to need to chain 1 into 2, 2 into 3, and make this happen, as it's going to be 220 on the board for Kinetics. 30 seconds between them and Champs. Can they hold on? As Atlantis, they hold on to P1 for now. They have an opportunity to try to claw back the points a little bit as they get a couple good kills. It's work on the point! Finding 3! A huge 3 to keep Atlantis in this. They can't afford to break now. They can't afford to falter. As Team Kinetics, they're knocking on the door even still.
I fear we may have a chance here, ladies and gentlemen. The 3 dead in a Hellstorm are going to make things pretty weird. Doesn't end up going towards anything. Teammate was on the hill and they got the kill, so you might as well not get over aggressive with all players dead. 20 seconds left till you close this out. I don't know if they have that full tick to close it here, but they'll get real darn close if they're able to hold. The contest will push it towards P2, but the gunfire comes through. Work trying to be the last thorn in the side. We at least will go to the P2 with that last contest. In control of it in the back line of the moment is Team Kinetics, but the back spawns come through. Atlantis, they have a breath.
That work gets a huge 1v1 win. Big 3 hit coming, and it's onto the point already. 5 seconds between Kinetics and Champs, and it down to 1 and down to none. They punch their ticket, and they make their name known. Champs bound as Atlantis' season draws to a close. They are eliminated as Kinetics 250 to 185 go all the way.
Here we go. One more series to see if they can win the last chance qualifier, but at the end of the day, they already made Champs. Congratulations to Team Kinetics. Atlantis, shout out to you. You battled hard. It just wasn't necessarily your day. You ran into the buzzsaw, but appreciate you always coming out. You had a battle. You were there to the bitter end. Congratulations to you. Congratulations on your season. We'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, as speaking of the next one, there's one more to go. As I mean, now it's an opportunity. Both of these teams already, you know, they've made their mark. They've found their way into champs. Now it's a matter of who gets that seeding. Empyreal or KTX, a tale as old as 2 days. I mean, longer than that for sure, but we've seen a lot of these two teams against each other in the past 2 days and a lot of great series between them. It was a big opportunity. KTX took them to a map 5, but this time they're going to try to win the whole thing.
We'll see how this one plays out. They had a map 5 last time, hoping for another banger to end out tonight. Last match of the last chance qualifier coming up right after the break.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shots. Spread a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for 'em. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Being, yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the legacy we saw last game. This is the legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. Is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Skip on the hill. careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Taking care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still giving us up. Running away is easy. You're still giving us up.
And 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is again surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile's just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's still going. There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Votal is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votal is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shots. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for 'em. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going
On the hill, careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you, and Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse, almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1, doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
in 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh.
Votal is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votal is running out of bullets and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the empty players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
Oh my God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
5 for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my God, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then oh, he gets the.
but that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants to. He gets another.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, last one of the day. Empyreal KTX. Both of these teams already punched their ticket to the grand finals and to champs alongside it. This one is going to come down to seeding. Who's got that edge come champs time? And while this one may be the least important match of the day for both of these teams, it's one with importance nonetheless. Getting here is great, but getting there in style is even better.
Absolutely. If you get the higher seed, that just helps you that much more. And that's kind of what it's about in this last map. That both teams already made it to champs. That's not the issue here. All the matches leading up to this were what that was about. But we're past that now. This is about asserting dominance, asserting control, and showing that you're the most prepared team headed into the final tournament of the year.
Yeah, once again, today we're going to lead it off with a protocol hardpoint. A classic for these two teams against each other. They've played it. Now, how will this one go? This is the third time in the past 2 days that these two teams have faced. And this one, again, while maybe not the most important, it's one that both of these teams are going to give their all to. It's Team KTX coming through from the losers bracket as it's a big opportunity. Looks like there was a crash, so we just have a moment, nothing too crazy, before we get into some protocol hardpoint. Gives us a chance to check out the rest of the map pool. It's going to be Vault S&D, Hacienda Control, Vault Hardpoint, and then Hacienda S&D to round us out if we get there.
Sounds like a banger to me, Graf. I'll tell you what, these two teams, we saw them go map 5 yesterday, and wasn't really the case earlier on. It only went 4, but you got to feel like in this type of situation, Team KTX, they have that mojo again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, coming through the losers bracket gives you some advantages, and one of it is momentum. You've been playing a lot today. You're nice and warm. You're in a situation where you have that flow. You have that little bit of advantage over a team of Empyreal that, you know, maybe they've been playing some ranked, shooting some bots, but it's not the same level of coordination, of all that. So you have an opportunity to come out flying, get out ahead early. I think if Empyreal can shut that down, it turns into, you know, a standard series between these two, which at least so far, I mean, KTX, they've gotten to a map 5, but they haven't been able to close one out yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're looking to do. If they can find some function. I know it was a struggle throughout S&Ds, especially against this Empyreal team for them. So that's going to have to change if they want to end up with that higher seed tomorrow. And it's just really tough to overcome a team like this. They're just so talented. They shoot well. So you got to hope that momentum plays in your factor. You at least get that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I think this first map is, I mean, it always sets the tempo, but this time especially, it'll be setting the tempo for this series, and a big one at that. I mean, a little bit more time to go, thankfully, before we get going, but I think especially heading into these upcoming maps, it's a spot where, I mean, heading into Vault S&D, that one's one that, I mean, we've seen this team get 6-0'd on before for the side of KTX. They got flattened the last time we saw Vault S&D between these two teams. But then heading into some Haciendas, that's something we haven't really seen too much out of these two against each other, at least. So that's an opportunity to, you know, flex what you've got.
Yeah, I love Hacienda. I'm so glad it's in the rotation. It's so fun. It's fast paced. It's fresh colored. There's so many grand things about it. And I believe it's the control that's Hacienda, correct?
Yeah, the control and then that final S&D. So, couple haciendas if we get there is going to be, pretty nice to see.
Gotcha. Yeah, and it's good you get to see control and S&D. Hardpoint, it kind of is what it is. It's fun over towards the P2, but most of the point, and P3, I guess, is pretty fun too. But P1, P4, I don't know. It's interesting. It definitely gets mixy towards the end, but I am more a fan of watching the two maps and modes we have on deck with the control and the S&D. But a long way to go before we get there.
Yeah, again underway. Map 1, Protocol Hardpoint. This time, we are locked and loaded. As it's going to be a pretty interesting map regardless of which team comes out ahead, this one ahead. But it feels like KTX, you've got to set that pace. You've got to at least make this one competitive. If you get stomped out of the gate, this one could be over before it starts.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want Empyreal to start to hit their flow and feel confident. Things will get scary for you. We talked about the points a little bit beforehand. There they are for you in black and white. P1 right in the dang middle of all of it is where we're going to head to the artillery here on Protocol. Chifu, the first player up, the first player down as well. Some battles going on around the spawn building here for Team KTX. Trying to make some plays is Empyreal. Nobody on the hill just yet, able to get any decent amount of time. We do have a contest, little one-on-one gunfight. Empyreal will come out on top of that, get a couple of seconds. But it's a lot about battling for that P2 side. And guess what? Team KTX, they're there now, and that's going to be Empyreal's job to try to battle out.
Yeah, the P2 side, again, P1 points are nice, especially if they come in quantity. But Empyreal, they've got a great first set of rotations on their hand. It's KTX that are going to have to try to make something happen of this. As KTX going to get completely shut down, trying to make that long wrap happen. It's going to be onto the point right now is Empyreal in that orange. And they are having a fantastic start to this map. A 3 down will give them some good time on the clock. It's going to come down to KTX to see if he can hold these players back even further. The knife kill is a great way to start it off with a confidence, if nothing else. As still ripped off of the point momentarily. Vizzy able to reinforce that and keep this time ticking. As it's down to Smooth to try to make something happen onto this player on time. But it's Vizzy. A little bit better. A little bit quicker. And then again, it's a huge point already for Empyreal.
Trying to lock down the rest of it. KTX, though, trying to break through the back. 2 players, and Vizzy's going to find a bolt. 8 spree, Hellstorm, whatever you would like, Mr. Vizzy. You can have it. You are the king of Protocol. In the moment, 70-6 early on. P3 getting ready to roll. And guess who's there first? None other than the Empyreal boys. Trying to lock things down. Chifu trying to make a play. Can be a difference maker once he gets things rolling. Finds a first. Connects onto a second. Open hill for the moment. Can he find the third and really lock it down? Did lose track of that player. Gonna find some spawners. Finds the second, so it doesn't really matter. Chifu just trying to hold on to his life, gets taken away, but Team KTX is able to hop on the hill for a moment and get reinforcements.
Yeah, KTX, they need to really not let this lead get out of hand. If Empyreal was able to get the rest of this P3, it might have ended before it started, as that P4 can be a good place to make some points back. But KTX, they get ripped off again, and Empyreal, more points on the board. Massacre with 2 is a big start. And still, it's a tough opportunity for these sides, as it's a rough early piece.
Difficult brewing here for KTX. Empyreal almost over 100. This could be a good hold for Team KTX if they are able to get a break. A lot of time left, but they haven't been able to do anything. Right now, Empyreal in complete control. The hit through big door, not going to go. Massacre gets that first player. Shock, though, will follow up, get that trade. Drix will follow through on the back. Team KTX has to hold for the moment, but KTX is going to find a bolt and rip it right back. Luckily, Shocks is there for the trade to pick up. And there's just so many trades going out. And it just seems like Team KTX is never on top of any of them except for here and there. But guess what happens after that? It's another trade from Empyreal. So it's just rough sledding for Team KTX right now. It's not over yet. Luckily, Empyreal hasn't completely run away with this thing yet. You're working on that score line. It's just going to take a great second set of rotations.
Yeah, again, not even halfway to their 250 mark yet for Empyreal. So you're going to need a rotation and a half most likely to fight your way back into this from KTX. As early on, P1 doesn't really go their way. Oh, that's a tough one from Shock to not convert that kill. That's going to lead to a lot of time for Empyreal. Still, Drake's going to rip Coasty off finally, but gets immediately traded due to that low HP. And that just goes to show one small mistake really starts to snowball against a team like Empyreal. They take that one whiff and convert it into a really nice chunk of time, get positioning on towards that P2. Not quite there just yet, as KTX have done a good job of holding on to that. But Drix, in a weird spot right now, is able to soak a really good amount of time as the rest of Empyreal try to just get the spawns, get the positioning for P2. But that's an opportunity that probably shouldn't have been handed over at all.
I mean, yeah, ideally not. KTX trying to work back into this, still down 60 and change here, but not on the hill. Empyreal's the first ones there, now trying to fight through the back. Get some trades, which they will. So open hill for the moment, in control now for Team KTX. Shocks in a good position just to get a couple of shots and some information. But Vizzy gonna go ahead and invest this Hellstorm. Probably one of the better places on this map you can do it besides P1, which had already passed. Looking to get quite the advantage. Shifu is gonna take care of that. One Hellstorm kill does come through. Drix is gonna fall, but meanwhile, it looks like the Team KTX squad in Shock with that two-piece are gonna be kind of asserting themselves a little bit. Down by less than 50. They're slowly but surely working back into this thing.
Yeah, off the point for a moment as Vizzy gets one good kill to keep it gray momentarily. Still down about 50 points is KTX, but now much more reasonably within striking distance, especially if they can win fights on new more consistently like that. As Shefu trying to make something happen, just maintaining control of this second floor is right now KTX, the ones onto the point and the ones that are the beneficiaries of this time. 45 seconds still left on this P3. P4 again is going to be the big one, but KTX, they get ripped off momentarily, but they fight right back. Onto the point they go. Drix, though, will win that final 1v1 to secure that time. Team spawning close, and P4 locking in at about 25 seconds. They got to keep their knowledge and their temperance in check if they want to keep Empyreal back. As Empyreal, they find the crack and they find their way into an opportunity at P4.
And this is just classic vintage Empyreal gameplay right now, getting a big lead early and then just kind of working piece by piece. You understand the other team at moments are going to have their time to shine, but you will answer when it's time. But will you be able to put a stop to this run? Because KTX is here on the P4 already, and there's no Empyreal players anywhere to be found. Unfortunate team nade will come through for KTX after one of those teammates does get a kill. Massacre is going to get cut down, so that's a couple of kills. So Team KTX is able to lock down a good chunk of time here, looking to take that lead right back.
An opportunity, 30 seconds, and they've got their lead right and tied up. 1 second ahead. Now looking to make that more. Shock with a huge hold. Finding 3 back-to-back, now on a 4 streak. Shefu on a 5. As Shefu finally still looking for that Hellstorm. A couple kills away, maybe 3. But a P4 that very much goes KTX's way. This is exactly what they needed. A good second rotation not only catches them up to Empyreal, but puts them straight in the lead.
Getting the lead. Oh, baby. I thought we may be in for a series. I didn't know how early we'd be in for one. But Team KTX has officially taken the lead. Not to say this game is over, because, ladies and gentlemen, it is not. We could very well trade this lead right back. But the kill feed just keeps predominantly being white at the moment, leading to more hill time. And that was the issue in the first series, is that Team KTX was not able to come out on top of these trade battles. And that has been the difference here, at least in the back half of this map. Empyreal will gain control of the hill for a couple of moments, but KTX wipes them off yet again, in position to take these P2 rotations under control as well, and they are looking good. 200-point mark is in their rear view.
Patrick's, again, he's the one that's been doing so much work for his side. A lot of these series, it's been him and Shifu, with some others having some standout performances as well as they hit that P2 rotation. They're going to hunker down on this time. How much can they hold back Empyreal? They don't need to do it for too much longer. 30 seconds still between them and a map 1 win. As Shifu, what a shell that is from Kosti. Single-handedly flips the hill on its head. 4 on the streak in before it's snuffed out again. That time by Shock. As onto the point again. Go KTX. They hold firm and they hold on. They are able to win it on this point. It has to be Empyreal making something happen. We don't normally see them in a desperation spot like this, but they will find the hill. They'll find most likely the rest of this scrap trying to hit this rotation over to P3.
Yeah, now that scrap's being contested, though, so that's going to make the job even that much more difficult. Luckily for Empyreal, KTX doesn't get any more time off of it, but now you got to battle, you got to win these exchanges. But no, you're not going to be able to, because Drix is there, wins that trade, but luckily you had players up top, Cat, and now it is going to be Empyreal's hill for the moment. This game is getting interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, do not turn away from the television. Empyreal is battling on the hill. You do have Drix trying to make a menace of things, still alive in bottom, just playing his life. Does get the kill, get the hill as well if they can hold on. It's out, but he's down. Teammates comes through with the trade. It is KTX hill for the moment. It's getting down to the wire. Trades are galore. Kosti and Calix finding a couple. It is their hill. Looks like it could just extend at least until the next hill, the P4, but they still have to hold on just a bit longer. 200-point mark has been crossed, and there it is. If KTX holds, this one could be over. Last second contest comes through. I don't know if it is enough. One more player in the neighborhood, ladies and gentlemen. The contest comes through. That will do it. We're going to head to a P4.
Yeah, Kosti's here. He's the first one in this area. Has some teammates with him, but a lot of players spawning back. Shock and Massacre will fall. Now it's a big chance. Calix made a huge play that he had to. Shock, awkward 1v1. This one could decide it. Big win from Massacre. And now 3 points away is KTX, as Empyreal looking to hold on. Calix will find a good step text there on a Shifu. Still looking for more onto this point. Plenty of points still to find, as both teams have the chance to win it on this one. It would take a monumental contest for either side to not be at that point.
Oh.
Still, Empyreal able to win. Even still, they need to contest further. Send it back to
God.
P1. And it would be a last dash, a last gasp, as onto the hill. Firmly is Empyreal. Smooth able to find one. Bides his time. 3 seconds for both squads. Into the point they go. It's not quite enough just yet. They try to flip it back. Empyreal can't win. Over to P1 we have to go. It's a mad dash, but just barely off the P4. Empyreal will find it. Team KTX for the last millisecond. That P1 barely doesn't pop, and KTX, they get stopped in the 9th hour.
I mean, Graf, you talked about it last time these two teams played. We were a couple of seconds away from it being a 3-0, right? Well, that was the couple of seconds difference. Could this be an Empyreal 3-0 in the finals of our last chance qualifier? They just pulled that off. That was insane. They were down by almost 30 seconds after the P2. P2 was mixy, but they were able to keep them off long enough. That was unbelievable work out of that squad. My head's still spinning from the end of that one, and now we have to slow it down and go to an S&D, and it's, I mean, I don't know how much we're slowing it down because it's Vault, but you know what I mean. I mean, geez, this is just insanity. That was map 1, guys.
Yeah, that felt like a map 5 and one that would have decided more, but it does decide something as important, the lead heading into this map 2. Empyreal now, I mean, we've seen them 6-0 Kinetics on this map mode combo before. This time, they're going to have to try and do something similar to that. I feel like if you're Kinetics, it's a tough spot to be in. It feels like you almost have to win this. You can't afford to go down 0-2 against Empyreal. How many times have I said this all weekend, and how many times has it just been right? You can't afford to go down in that way, especially in the first 2 maps. A 2-1, you can hack it out, make it to that map 5, but it's 0-2 is a tough scene.
Yeah, down to this squad, you don't want to be there. I don't want to be there. I could just be shaking in my boots, even thinking of the thought of it. And I'll tell you what, it's not a pretty thought, Graf. And now you have to go in and battle a squad that's feeling confident because they just won last second on a comeback. And you head into a Vault, which is a square up. How do you feel? Not great. If you are a Team Kinetics player, talk about the ultimate regain in the map number 2. We're here.
Yeah. This is their chance. This is their opportunity. They have to make something happen. I mean, they literally don't have a choice. They've got to figure out what went wrong last time on this map mode combo and do the exact opposite. Because last time, again, 6-0 is a tough one to try to make it back from. Even if this even goes down to like around 10-11, you get at least a little bit of momentum heading into a Hacienda that might play into your favor a little bit. You know, you have that Hacienda, you have another hard point, and I mean, you just took them down to the last moment on a hard point. It's by no means impossible to get that done. And this one, again, I've been saying it, I hope it goes 5. The last time it went 5 between these 2 teams, it ended on a little bit of a whimper, but it feels like now might end with a roar.
Yeah, certainly hope so. Listen, chat, we're not going to keep yapping. Map number 2 will be right on the way after a short break.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. We'll be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
Alrighty, back, locked, and loaded. Map 2, S&D over on a Vault. I will always and forever be a Vault S&D hater, and I think Team Kinetics might be as well. Last time they played this map, it did not go well, but they're going to look to try to flip that script, make that work, as already we're into a post-plant 3v3.
And it happens quick sometimes before we can even get there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here we go. Bomb down for the side of Team Kinetics, and I guess that's the good news for you. But you're down a lot of numbers now. Someone can hop a defuse. You can get some Overwatch. That bomb's in a great spot to just be wide out in the open and smooth. It's just trying to be a nuisance. Can't do it for long enough. So it looks like Empyreal is going to hop on. Round number 1 goes to them. And we talked about that big momentum. Imperial's got it.
Yeah, more than got it. I mean, they've got a lot still to go in this map. I mean, both of these teams do. A round 1 win is nice to see, especially in that fashion where it is so dominant as Empyreal. I mean, they're looking to do exactly what they did last time. It's up to Team Kinetics to find some kind of response. And it's a tough spot against a team as strong as Empyreal on this map. Their S&D game has been lights out all tournament long. I mean, to my knowledge, they haven't dropped an S&D. So Kinetics going to be the first team to look to force them to do that at least.
See if they can rewrite history. So far, not looking like it's going to happen. Early bomb plant down. You do get a number. Vizzy's gone. Massacre trying to find a player. He knows there's someone up top mid. Gets caught jumping. Drix will go ahead and Chifu will go ahead and take him down. Bomb is still planted. But now you firmly have the numbers in your advantage. Empyreal very much down to their last player, who is Coasty. Around the outside, has to find a player. Can't find anybody. So Team Kinetics, they'll stop the bleeding early. They'll even it up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, and in a round that, I mean, wasn't quite as dominant as Imperial's, but one that they pretty handedly were able to take down. I mean, a great one to find, and an even better one to just get that momentum reestablished. I mean, you took Empyreal 3 points on hardpoint. I mean, it's a neck-and-neck series no matter how you look at it. And it's going to come down to those individual plays, those individual performances. As, I mean, it's Shefu on a 3 streak looking to make his way towards that RCXD. And that's sort of what I mean. I mean, the individual performances are so important in a series as tight as this.
Micro decisions, important individual gunfight wins, and they're going to come out on top continuously for Team Kinetics, getting the plant down 1v4 for Vizzy. They are punching Empyreal in the mouth these past 2 rounds after that first one, knowing how important it is to not let Empyreal get on a run. Vizzy with the chow shut down 2 in a row, Kinetics.
Yeah, some good streaks and momentum starting to build here for Kinetics. I mean, we're playing A-Site Simulator, but so far, Kinetics have just looked that little bit better at it. And that's all it really takes on a map like this. The rotation between A and B is so fast that even if a B hit does come through, not looking like it'll amount to too much. As if you look at the streaks, Team Kinetics, they are very, very close to some RCXDs. And, you know, still a couple rounds away from a Hellstorm if it does get to that point. But a nice fallback to have in case something goes awry.
Working that bomb down towards A is Empyreal. Around they not desperately, it's early in the game, but around they definitely need to win in order to keep Kinetics from getting that momentum they thought they had early on in this game off of that map number 1. Was quickly thwarted. There you go. Coasty going to pick up a first blood onto Drix. 2 come off of that trade. So if you're Kinetics, you feel there's almost nothing you can do wrong the way you're playing trades. Luckily, Vizzy is able to grab one back. A little bit of a diffuse attempt comes through. Massacre going to snuff that out, trying to waste enough time. Does go down. Empyreal will get the round. It's 2-2.
Good fight background from Empyreal. That's one that they had to work for. Wasn't exactly given to them by any stretch of the imagination. And around the Empyreal, I mean, they looked like they were in control for the majority of it, but a big 1v1 win from Vizzy gives them a huge advantage come late round. And I mean, they cash in on it to their credit. They do very well from that position. They reset the streaks of Kinetics. Should only be one RCXD on board, if any, in the hands of Shefu. And I mean, not surprising to keep saying his name in a positive light, as he's been the guiding star so far for Team Kinetics.
Follow that guiding star. It will lead you to greatness. And right now, Team Kinetics is soaring. Yet again, a 1v4. Bomb doesn't even go down that time. Team Kinetics just comes out, storming the gate. And it's an ace site. Bang out every single time. And maybe we'll see a little bit of an adjustment somewhere, but it just hasn't happened from either team yet. And Team Kinetics is cleaning up.
Yeah, cleaning up is right. I mean, Empyreal, they don't look near as poised as we've seen them on S&D in the past, whether that's them being a little rattled from map 1 or whether that's just Team Kinetics learning from their mistakes. They've had all night to go watch the last time these two teams played. It was streamed. They can go look at everything, exactly what they did wrong, learn and adapt, and they've done it great. On to the A side again. Shocker, shocker. This time again, Vizzy. Going to be that lurking player looking to try to find something. And it's Shefu, the one that's going to run right into his crosshair. Down go the numbers, and down goes another for Team Kinetics. A 2v4 retake, now 2v3 for Drix and Smooth.
Numbers work down. Empyreal trying to find a round, get back in this thing. Drix, oh, I don't know if he spotted that player when he turned his head. I don't think he spotted a single soul, but now gets his teammate. Massacre, though, is ready for that challenge. All down to Drix. Gets wiped down. Massacre, big 2-piece to end that one. We're back up at 3 apiece. And they needed that. Get that bomb down quick, and they don't lose the numbers advantage, and that was the biggest difference.
Yeah, the numbers advantage is just so important. I mean, I like the play from Vizzy. He's been roaming around. He's just causing problems for Kinetics. And so far, that seems to have been going pretty well, all things considered. Been a lot of attacking rounds won. So it's going to have to be Empyreal to break that trend. It's Kinetics that'll have that round 11 attack round. So you can't afford to keep trading attack rounds if you're Empyreal. You're going to have to stand strong on one of these defense rounds. And at no time like the present, as Massacre in there quick, he's going to get completely shut down. A stun kill as well on the Calyx is a tough pill to swallow. If you're Empyreal, down 4-2, now 4-1. It's Vizzy all by his lonesome.
I'm all alone. They shot me in my behind. And I'm just kidding. Team Kinetics gets around, left all by himself. And this is just what it's been. There hasn't been many like late round kind of, 3v2s, a lot of, duke them out. Been a lot of rounds over early that just one team gets punished over another, and we just continue to swing back and forth. Team Kinetics up 4-3 now onto that defensive side. I mean, maybe this is where we could see them finally assert something, get something rolling back to back here on the defense, maybe play a little bit slower on that defensive side as opposing to letting, trying to overtake Empyreal on that bomb site.
Yeah, that's gone not the greatest so far.
Yeah.
That one is over before it even really begins. A huge, quick win to give Empyreal another shot at a defense round on equal footing. They're going to have to convert one of these eventually. They have 2 chances left. And let's not count them out on an offense round potentially going awry as well. I mean, this KTX team is more than capable of throwing a spanner in the works. So let's hedge your bets and then just try to win this one if you're Empyreal. You don't want to give that round 5 over to KTX. Don't want to let that number hit 5. That's where the nerves start to set in, because it's 1 chance on the board. Empyreal, they want to make it happen here.
See if they're able to do it. Clutch up. They certainly want to work hard. They lose a number early. Vizzy does go down. So does the bomb. Massacre able to pick up one on shock in the back. So that's going to be at least that clearance, that peace of mind. Most people won't be coming from behind, but Drix is kind of roaming now behind KTX. Spots him out finally. KTX now going to be in that 1v1, and it is going to be Chifu who wins a battle down below. So it is going to be a numbers advantage now for Team KTX, trying to clutch up. Chifu going to find another, and this one's all but written for the map point for KTX. There it is, only 1 away.
Yeah, we did hear the RCXD come out right at the end of that round as well, so a piece that won't be available to KTX in this upcoming round, but I mean, they're the ones that have set the challenge. They've thrown the gauntlet. It's up to Empyreal to win this defense round as they've been doing, but then they're going to need an offense round, which has been a challenge for both of these sides so far. Let's see if KTX can either break the trend on this round or uphold it on the next. And they've got 2 chances to send us to a map 3 with them tied up at 1 apiece. Let's see if they can do it.
See what they got brewing in their bones. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have another round 11 on the docket? We've only seen 1 this weekend. We hope for more. Bomb is down. Bottom control for now for Empyreal. Vizzy with the first blood. Man advantage gets traded out by Drix. Excellent positioning. Coasty picks up another one, but Smooth is on to his positioning. Drix is out on the outside as well, but Bomb is still his control. Massacre. Big gunfight win there. Gets traded out. Bottom vault. And that's going to be Smooth finding 2.
No way!
And oh my God, KTX. What a way to even up the series.
That is absurd play from KTX. They set the pace. They make it happen. 4-6. They send to map 3. They do what they needed to. Previous 06 be damned. They do it anyways. We're going to be guaranteed to see 4, and I'd be shocked if it wasn't 5. Both of these teams deserve at least that much to show what they've got cooking. And Team KTX, what a performance.
Wow. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal. We didn't get the round 11 we thought we were going to, but it was just about as close as you could want it to get there. And it's just kind of what the map number 1 was. It was a couple of points separating, and it was only 2 rounds and a couple of gunfights separating a completely different outcome there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how tight these first 2 games have been. I sort of, I was hoping for a round 11, but that is a hell of a way to close out an S&D. I mean, I cannot wait if we get to a Hasi S&D between these 2 teams. I think that one would be great to see, but we've got plenty still to go before we get to that point. But the next up, Hasi and the Control. We've seen KTX play this map today even, and they looked good. Or apologies. No, we have. I'm losing my mind. It's been a lot of COD and a lot of great COD. And, we saw them win on Hacienda earlier today. It was a good map, but this is a map that so far, I mean, Empyreal's looked good on. It's a mode Empyreal hasn't looked the best on. I mean, it's KTX's mode. They need to take this one home. It's one that they are expected to win, if not, you know, in a weird spot in between the two of them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to come down to some of the individual plays these players are able to make at the end of the day. I mean, Hacienda, you talk about winning some gunfights through mid and making sure you stack. Some teams, I've seen it even today, trying to focus on spawn traps. And I know a lot of maps that's very beneficial. It doesn't feel like Hacienda is one of those maps. It's smaller enough where you can kind of just lay down, especially if you're on A. If you're working towards B and you want to work up past that, little plat area past the barn there, I get it. But towards A, I'd rather see a stack just get that done. And some teams have been burned by not making sure they take care of business over at A.
Yeah, no, I think Hacienda, at least out of the pool of control maps, is the one that feels the most balanced as far as attacking and defending. It's one where it's not just round 5 simulator a lot of the time. I mean, playing for ticks is important on Hacienda as it is on any control map, but it's not something that will dictate an entire map, an entire series, an entire pace of what's going on. I mean, you can have a tick lead, you can have a tick disadvantage, and it is still an opportunity for saying winning the next 2 rounds in a row isn't unrealistic. We can just rip that band-aid off, get that map win. As opposed to something like a Vault where it's like, oh god, we have to win an attack round on Vault to get there. Like, we're down ticks. It's going to be tough. We got to do it at least once, That's sort of how it feels sometimes. But Hacienda, you have that balance. You have that ability. Obviously, there's still advantages one way or another, but it's still more balanced than I'd say, Protocol or Vault is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why it's so welcomed and played so often by teams since it's been added. It's balanced. You feel like you have a chance on either side. That top area is difficult to deal with, but again, it's accessible from both sides and you can hit it from any angle at any position on the map. So it feels like you can battle back at any time. And it's led to some really fun situations early on, and I can't wait for this one.
Yeah, it is one that looks like we'll need to wait a touch longer. I'm not fully sure, but I mean, oh, perfect. Okay, do have word they're starting right now, so perfect timing. I want to take a, quick second while we're waiting for the load in, just to take a look at the rest of the maps. I mean, a Vault hardpoint is really hard to say what team it favors, especially with how strong KTX have been playing. I mean, I would have said yesterday that was Empyreal all the way, but seeing how KTX have been playing, that could be very different.
Yeah, I feel like a Vault Control might kind of lean towards Team KTX. They've been playing really scrappy. I feel like some of those endgame B pushes on offense could go their way, could go their way. So, that's a hard point. Complete brain fart, chat. My fault. Listen, let's get into the control where we're at anyway.
Yeah, Hacienda control locked and loaded. Little bit of time just to get set, get relaxed, loading in and ready to go. It's Team KTX trying to set the pace for the rest of this series. Map 3 may not be the most important. I'd say that goes to Map 4 in a BO5, but it's one that you've got to take down regardless. You've got to put yourself in that situation to be in that advantage, as it's going to be a lot of hill still to climb. A great start from Empyreal. Great start indeed. They're going to tick fast on this B side, looking to finish that off. 2-stack on, 3-stack on the way. The 2-tick lead already progressing, looking for number 3. They need one more gunfight win, maybe 2, to secure that point. In comes Shock, but it's just to his death.
Yeah.
It's already gone, and it's already dusted. As it's, Team KTX getting that fast point. Wait.
Taking it right off the board. Empyreal on the attacking side did get that B site done. Yeah, listen, Codcaster's been playing games with us all night. I was talking about control when you asked me about hardpoint, so it's fine. We're having a great time here. Who else is also having a great time as Empyreal early on? Got the work done towards B. Now just trying to set up, get some kills so they can really affect something towards A. You do have Massacre now working on some of that position. It gets followed up with a trade. Luckily comes through by Vizzy, so able to pick that up. No pressure on the hill just yet. Vizzy is going to drop down. Nice gun work there. Able to pick up a kill. Finally, some pressure towards A, but a contest around up top. Not coming through, but a gunfight win will clear them off of the hill.
Yeah. Not quite at that first tick out of A so far. There we go. Dropping in just to secure that fourth tick. But with a minute 25 on the clock and up 3 lives, you do expect to convert this round if you're Empyreal, unless something goes horribly wrong. Rick's good flank will find one for free. Needs to get that a little bit further. As still 15-15 on the board. Lives have been evened up by Team KTX. They're doing a good job of making sure they stay in it. Now up lives off of a big stem text from Smooth. Still plenty of opportunity both in this round and in the series, but you'd love to find those little advantages where you can. Speaking of, Empyreal, 2 down, looking to try and make their way onto the point. They're just trying to get the positioning for now, setting up for their 4th player, Kallax, to come in and try to maybe get some time on the board. Goes the wrong way, though. Won't be able to sniff out that player. Dangerous challenge, and one they'll find regardless. Finally onto the time they go after establishing that control, and Empyreal, they need to get ripped off of this soon if KTX wants a chance in this round, and they will.
Yeah, down 1 life, so that's not really what you got to worry about. It's the time. You need to make a group push, make sure you're able to get a clean sweep, and then collapse on the hill and try to get more ticks. You did 1 and you got B. That's great, but you need to do a little bit of more work there, and that 3 dead could just be the last gasp you have in your lungs. Vizzy, the last alive, gets taken down. That should just about do it for this one here. Trix still pushing up for more, though, getting a little bit active. Not going to be able to make the contest. Oh, yes, he is, in fact, but it's all for naught. Team KTX clutches up on the defense after the early trouble at B.
Yeah, a big round to convert from KTX, especially, like you said, early trouble. They fought back. They held them off of A. I mean, the upside of having A be the second attack location as the defending team is you have so many angles to stop players from capturing. There's not a lot of cover, as opposed to that B side where it's going to come from 2 spots and you have those fences. While they are still wallbangable, you can just sort of sit behind them, lay down, and it's pretty hard to clear players out of that. So KTX, they convert the round, and 4 ticks on the board for Empyreal. Let's see if they can do the same on defense.
Trying to keep that magic going. If they can roll this thing here, imagine what a momentum swing that would be. That's what this map number 3 is about. In a 1-1 tie, it's all about momentum, and KTX is trying desperately to capture it in a bottle. Gets taken down. You do still have Massacre up, trying to keep something alive on the defense, and he does clear out that B site for the moment. Working now towards A is going to be Team KTX, seeing what they're able to do. Trying to make something happen. Nothing towards a point yet. Good gunfight wins towards the back. Clear that whole back area out. You do still have 2 players up more towards your spawn now for Empyreal, but still nothing to entirely worry about. And this is one of those things. You're spending a lot of time in that back spawn. If you're Chifu getting some kills, maybe that's great. But, you know, you got 2 teammates over there basically by themselves at B. It's paying off, certainly, because that's going to the wayside. But, you know, I guess that's why I don't play.
I'm not a fan of the response to that play from Empyreal. I feel like investing players into chasing down that player in your own spawn. I mean, you know the hill is ticking. Maybe you're, you know, swapping over to trying to play for lives towards this A side. Very possible. But with a minute and a half, you're already down a life. It feels like you have to try to burn a little bit more of that clock maybe. But, I mean, they're out there and I'm in here. So I'm not going to razz them too much on that one, but still an opportunity to really hold firm on this defense for Empyreal. Still up a tick at the moment, but down 3 lives is not a great spot to be in. Is on the point go KTX, trying to get something going, but again, they're just completely taken off of it so fast. Smooth Going for this big, long ult route. Will grab one off of it. Needs to get more than that, though, based on how much time he spent. Look at the swapped positioning, though. It's Massacre and Vizzy through far, needing to win these fights, but Shock winning against KTX is a huge one to find. Now onto the point they go, and they get the initial kills. One tick should be at least guaranteed. Looking for even more than that. They've got the spawn trap whirring, the blender automatic. As only 8 lives still on the board for Empyreal, even if they break out. 2 ticks already by the wayside, looking for number 3. Coasty has to go forwards. They have to clear these players off, and they will do so. Only 6 lives left on the board, though, for Empyreal. They need to make up this deficit, but they are going in the wrong direction.
And now you're letting KTX push up into your spawn just a little bit. Now working on A as well. That's going to be the round. And Team KTX feeling themselves quite frequently on Hacienda. They're pushing up towards spawn, making the plays, getting the kills. And, you know, maybe that's just what it's all about, is just trying to get those kills in check, making things easier for you, because you just feel like at the end of the day, it's going to get mixy when you try to push towards the end anyway, and you might as well have the live advantage. I don't know. Maybe it's a long game smarts thing, but either way, it works out for KTX.
Yeah, KTX now up 2. I mean, Empyreal, they've got to win this round. They've got to stay ahead, because you know you're heading back to a Hacienda S&D for map 5. You've got to show some signs of life on this map. Even though it's not the same mode, a lot of the principles stay the same. As again, it's going to be a big B-side defense early on here from KTX. They've read this beautifully. Can they win the fights? 1 found already. 2 from Drix is massive, with the trade back immediately from Vizzy. Try to make things happen. Try to make things mixy. Try to get onto this. But they've gotten stopped too early, too fast. Chef, we're going to grab the one there on to KTX. Still looking for more, though, as Massacre will find his way onto 1 before Coasty gets traded down. 4 lives from both ends and some progress on A, but nothing much more for the side of Empyreal.
Just getting kind of pounded at the moment. Imperial's just trying to work their very hardest just to try to do something, it feels like. Vizzy finally on the hill, trying to make some progress. Can he find one to help himself out? Gets shot from behind, dealing with the player in front of him. So that's going to be no tick so far out of the first push for the side of Empyreal. Team KTX doing a great job just battling through. KTX trying to do his best in the back to make some noise. Does enough to take some presence off of his teammates towards A. 1 tick already through there. But it's needing to win some of these gunfights to sustain a push they've had an issue with so far. Live's not a problem. Coasty, good pop out onto the 4 spree now. Get a little bit of a stacking. They get to trades down below. They do indeed. A should be all but an afterthought, and now it is. Here we go towards B.
Yeah, Coasty on a 5 streak, making his way towards a Hellfire. That'll help them not only in this round, if they do get stalled out, but more in the rest of the series and match as well. 7 on the board. No Hellfire just yet. Needs 1 more kill. 5 HP on the board. Will get out just for a moment. Swap to the Strider, and he wins it. How does Coasty win that? That is unbelievable from Coasty. Hellfire now on the board. They make their way over towards this B. They get some time on. Should be 1 tick before KTX can respond. Still going to have to fight through all these Empyreal players on the hill. 1 tick now just barely comes through. A little slower than anticipated as 1 went over towards the barn. Still, Vizzy, advanced location, looking to hold these players back before he gets some reinforcements. But it's, again, Coasty and Massacre. They need to make their way there faster, but they can't quite find the trades. It's Smooth, alive and kicking around the side of the point. Needs to stay up, cannot do so, as it's Coasty finding 1. Almost rips Drix with a 2nd. But a couple good trades from KTX. Down to an 8v5. It's going to be basically TDM from here. 3 players lie in between these 2 teams, as a good kill from Smooth will cause a little bit of mayhem. Vizzy will grab the trade. Still now looking for these opportunities. Drix had an opportunity for 2. Couldn't quite cash in. That's Coasty onto the point. He's going to force the players into them, into the AR, and make them pay for it. Can't quite grab the shot as the Strider's too strong. As out of respawns are both of these teams. It's a 4v2.
Team Kinetics, that's going to be a problem holding them off with only 2 lives left, 26 seconds. Maybe you can make something happen. It's not that crazy to think they're able to clutch this up, but Shifu is just on the other side of the wall, and I think Massacre knows that, did draw the attention, finally get that kill, now down to 1 player left. Empyreal should be able to extend this thing. And yep, there it goes. They get their first round on the board. Looking to take the lead here, but still a lot of work to go. As Team Kinetics, with that 2-0 lead you built, you'll take that on the chin.
Yeah, a big conversion. Not using the Hellfire as well is something they're going to have if something goes very, very wrong. Still down a round, but now the momentum's on their side. It's a big round win. A Hellfire in your back pocket is gotta feel good, especially in the manner that you've won it. I mean, that's a demoralizing fight loss for Kinetics and a demoralizing round off of it. As now Empyreal, they're looking to draw even and potentially stake their claim in this map once again. As Kinetics, they want to put this one to bed.
See what's able to amount here. Do we got a round number 5 cooking in the bones? Team Kinetics on the offense, looking to make a difference. 1 kill early. Entrance onto the A hill gets Chifu, but he's going to like to push on up towards that back spawn. See if he can just work on some of these lives, become a nuisance, but gets taken down. Luckily, Vizzy is able to deal with him. Naskar round the outside now, trying to work something. See what's going down. Nothing too serious just yet. Just a couple of trades going back and forth. Big 2-piece there out of Smooth. Gets traded right back out. So good defensive start here out of Empyreal, not allowing any ticks.
As we say that, there is some presence over towards A that needs ratted out for the side of Empyreal. Sending a couple of alt routes through. It's a big play from Shefu to hold on to this A, make these ticks count. 1 on the board, second one just around the corner. There we go. This A might already be gone over before it started. Still 40 seconds on the clock and down lives. There goes the A side. As Empyreal continue to throw their lives at it in vain. As Kinetics now with a big opportunity. Up 5 lives and plenty of time on the clock. Already 1 player on this B. They just need to hold firm, hold the rest of Empyreal off. But that's a much easier task in voice than in practice. As Empyreal, they'll thunder back on through and try to get back towards this B. Now finally on the defense once again.
Back on the defense, ready to rock and roll. Empyreal trying to extend this thing to 1 more. On the offensive side, you do have Chifu in that barn, just waiting for some teammates so they can do something together, so he's not trying to waste his life. Roman back out, maybe trying to catch a spawn player here in Calyx. I think he did spot. I'm going to just get that information on over to his teammate, but eventually you are going to need to make your way as a group towards this point. It is going to come through here now, ahead of the spear. It's just weird to me, Chifu, when you have that position in barn, why you push out instead of just waiting for your teammates to get that kill. But and that, just like that, you lose all your reinforcements towards that B point. So maybe now a little bit of adjustment need to come in through here for Team Kinetics.
Yeah, Kosti has a beautiful spot. Almost got turned on there by Shifu, but not quite. As still, Empyreal this time looks like they're holding more than firm. It's going to have to take a lot. These players are very spread out and will be spawning basically right on top of B if you are able to take them down, potentially a bit to the west, but even still. I mean, this is a tough round if you're Kinetics. It looked like you had the opportunity. You had a chance. You had a shot. But it's just a stone wall of Empyreal. Still up 5 lives. There's nothing happening on the point for now. Smooth finally will touch it, but needs a lot of help if he's to stay up and doesn't get enough. Onto the point again, tries to go Shefu, but there's just no one close enough. It's Empyreal again, taking the round down, and they will force him around 5.
Hey, we got a reverse sweep that could be coming here. Empyreal are just one of those teams that you can't let hang around, and I fear that Team Kinetics has let Empyreal hang around just a bit too long here. It felt like you maybe had a chance, but maybe some of those decisions when you had to work on B, map positioning wise were really kind of what hurt you there. So Empyreal cashes in, gets another round, and now you have to deal with KTX on a score spree, potentially getting into some streaks there. If you get some objective points as well, it could get interesting now. I guess the good news is for KTX, you do have defense.
Yeah, the upside, at least from this position, I don't believe the Hellfire saw use in the previous round, as KTX, they elect for that defense side. I mean, both teams have won and lost on both, so this is truly anyone's round. The glory of Hacienda living strong as an absolute nail-biter is in the cards. A 2-stack onto this point will get them 1 tick, but a absolute army is coming to rip them off of it. Can they get the second is the question, and then can they expand it to more? 1, 2, gone. Looking for number 3, both on the mini-map and in the ticks. 1 found, and that's all that was there. Looking for positioning is the rest of Empyreal. They've got some great progress on B to come back to, but the last time they got B first, they got completely shut out of this A side. So I think they want to get at least something going before completing this capture on B while the attention is still split. KTX is here, gets a little bit of reinforcements. That might just be it. What is that? A weird gunfight, but in the end, it's the beneficiaries of Empyreal. They'll take the point, even on lives heading into this A.
Yeah, this is not the position Team KTX wanted to find themselves in. KTX is in a good little spot to try to find somebody, but it seems like someone may have an inkling he's out there. Can he win the gunfight? Oh, you bet he does. Good gunfight win for KTX there. Team KTX, they're reeling a little bit here. Lives are even, but you need to gain some more map control.
Yeah, the live control is good for both of these teams for now, but the map control is a little bit lacking for Empyreal right now. They're on the outskirts trying to fight their way in. Drix with a big 1v1 win against KTX. Vizzy will trade one back onto Smooth to keep the lives even, but the map control still not quite there, as spawning in behind KTX is Smooth. And that's a tough one to fight your way back from. They do have a central position now, but they need to maintain control of these overlooks. These overlooks are the big piece of this hill, as Shock will get one before getting traded down. Half a tick already. A little bit more than that on this A, but there's still 2 more to find, and you have to get all 3. You've dug yourself this hole to fight your way out of. If for Empyreal, they were down 2. They've got 1 tick now to their name. They crossed that boundary. They need a lot more than that. 15-15 in the lives, and Massacre finding a huge kill to try to get back into it. Still looking ever more towards that beautiful 3 ticks.
Trying to work them down. What are they going to get? 1.5 already through. 12-12 on lives. We are even yet again in that department, ladies and gentlemen, but not necessarily around the hill is Team Empyreal just yet. There it is. There's the touch Massacre. 7 objective ticks, really getting that work done, the dirty work for his squad. The only player left alive is Vizzy, unfortunately, who is going to get checked out. Not the best spot for him to be in, as Empyreal are trying to cash this thing away with only 8 lives left and 20 seconds less than on the board.
Yeah, and a first one down. Massacre is able to grab the trade, barely gets out with his life. A critical survival from Massacre. He'll find a second. He has to cook, and he's got to do it now. He's got to be the chef in the kitchen, but he can't quite beat Shefu. As still, onto the point goes Smooth. Can't quite find the touch in time. And KTX, it looked dicey. It looked dangerous. But they don't ask how. They ask how many. 2 maps on the board. 1 away from vanquishing their demons and punching that premium ticket to champions.
Ooh, baby. Now we're going to a hard point. We're only a couple of seconds separated these previous 2 teams. And my goodness, after they got that B point, Empyreal, I thought they were going to have a really good shot at locking down A, and they were going to be up 2-1 going into 4. But Team KTX, they had other plans. They kept battling. They kept working throughout that entire round to make sure that they were never too out of it. Hats off to them. And now they have the lead.
Yeah. I mean, this is the exact spot you want to be in if you're Team KTX. You've guaranteed yourself a Hacienda map 5 if you absolutely need to go there, but you want to close it out on the Vault hardpoint. This is a map that at least throughout these two teams playing against each other the past couple days, it's been dicey. It's been messy. It's come down to some very fine margins. And it's a matter of, can Empyreal clutch up and force that map 5, or will KTX continue to ride this momentum?
We'll see what happens. Toss it to a quick break. Map number 4. We'll be right back. Don't go too far.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're going to have to continue to go massive. Big step up. That's going to be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's going to be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Yeah, nobody checks it except Luck. Might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the legacy we saw last game. This is the legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the Spawn's lobby and...
Well, alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Map number 4 is right on the way between Team KTX and Empyreal. Team KTX, with that 2-1 lead, did take the round number 5 in that previous control. And if they're able to take that couple of seconds back off the hard point, this one could be over.
Yeah, that's been the thing that's haunted KTX today, is those 2 to 3 points. It's been a tough couple of maps on hardpoint. Let's see if they can do it any better this time. As early on, Empyreal going to be the first team to touch, but they're also the first team to die. 2 traded back for 3, 3 for 3 now. As KTX still in the vicinity. 4 points for Empyreal, nothing substantial just yet. It's all about those P2 spawns, as KTX spawning on that east side will have that advantage in their name.
Advantage for now. Can they maintain? So far, not exactly the case. Right onto the hill is Team KTX, trying to set up for a little bit of a P2 in control of that side. Is going to be Empyreal at the moment. See what they're able to do. If they're able to hold on, making his way through the back, is going to be Shock. Trying to lock down, find some of these spawners. There's some rotators, I should say, off the spawn. And now he's going to be able to get that one. Did the second come through? No big pickup by Vizzy there. So that's going to keep his team alive in the back for the moment. Just a lot of distraction while these players are working their way through the front as well. Finally getting the spawn out is Empyreal.
Yeah, Empyreal should be poised to get some okay points, but they're not going to get it easily, that's for sure. It's down a lot to Massacre. Makes one happen, needed the second. Couldn't quite get it. Now, through the front door they go. Smooth going to get completely sat down there. As a pretty good hold so far for Empyreal. Through the front door again, immediately cleaned up. But another trade from Shock. Drix, 9 HP, still pushing forward. Still wants to find these players and will. 10 seconds on the board for this hill before P3, and again, look who's there first. It's Team KTX, the first ones to be in that area. A good kill from Massacre, but traded one back. The 3 from KTX will fall. That'll give the first control over to Empyreal, but spawning close is the rest of KTX, who found one from Calyx. What a second that one is. Great drop shot there. As still KTX, they'll break the hill for a moment before getting cleared right off by Empyreal. 40 seconds on their point streak. Empyreal, sorry, that was a crazy sequence on the minimap there, but even still, KTX, they'll flip it one more time. It's all down to, can they maintain these P4 spawns? They send Smooth to try and do something about that. We'll get one. Looking for more towards the point that was Coasty. He'll get another great kill to try to build some more time, but again, Empyreal, they're going to try to get over towards P4 here. They need to get these players routed out of these advanced locations. It's all down to Massacre to hold on, and he will. A great kill to find for Massacre. Not traded there by Shock. Location now known. He's in a lot of trouble here before getting cleared out. Look at how far back the rest of KTX are spawning, as Empyreal looking to turn this P4 into a money hill.
trying to lock it down. And if you're Team Kinetics, you need to put an end to this as quickly as possible. But they are in great position, that being Empyreal, to try to lock this thing down. But the break will come through. Are you able to capitalize with some hill time so far? No. The player in the back, Indrix, is dealt with as well. Luckily, you do spawn back there. But nobody really able to grab any huge chunk of time off of this P4 so far. Empyreal did get the early time. Now looking to sink in and possibly tie this thing up is the side of Kinetics. Shock finding one around the outside. KTX working through. Now waiting maybe for a teammate, just trying to find a kill and then kind of wait and hope someone can get to help you. But not going to be the case. Team Kinetics locking this one up. Going to take the lead right back at the end of the first set of rotations.
Yeah, end of the rotation it is, and it's Empyreal, the first team to P1. They'll get some initial time, but again, a hill that's very mixy and hard to hold. Their whole thing is, can they hold P2 spawns? Looks like the answer is no. Already they're cleared off of them, but still a lot of time before P2 pops. Calixing Rob 2, Coasty with 1 as well, will lead to Empyreal getting some actually surprisingly good amounts of time early here on P1. They've got all of the first 20 seconds. And if they can keep that going, this P2 spawns are going to feel like they matter a lot less as Coasty, the dangerous player on the hill. Shock will find a great first shot, but the rest of his team will not find ones of their own. As again, these P2 spawns are critical, so Shock gonna elect to forego the point for now, but Empyreal, their total still ticking up. Finally, Drix will clear out the point, and that's a big couple to find to get some points under your belt, close that gap before P2 pops.
Yeah, not only get the points to close the gap, but you were working on spawns. Unfortunately, your whole team collapses behind you. Now you only have Shock to rely on, and they are aware of his positioning. So good luck staying alive. They flush him out. So Empyreal will have control of the hill just for a second. The break from the front comes through. An excellent work out of Team Kinetics, who do not want Empyreal to be around any longer than they absolutely have to be. Coasty now with the pistol, trying to make something happen. Doesn't need to. Oh my God, hip fire after the reload will come absolutely through for him. Now working on extending this lead. But Team Kinetics, they just hang around. They're such a pesky squad.
Yeah, they're really good at making sure this P2 stays gray as long as it needs to, as still Drix onto the point. Will get some time. One more hit opportunity here, but Smooth with a double should basically draw that to a close. As now it's time again to go to P3. Vizzy gonna get steamrolled there by Shock. And still looking for more. Massacre gonna find a big kill to get a little bit of time under Empyreal's belt towards this P3, but he's needed a lot more where that came from. Through that lower area, they'll contest and they'll find the kill. Smooth immediately traded out as he can't find much more than one. Dangerous positioning from Massacre, but he'll stay up for now to soak that time. A lot of art control to try to chew through here towards a P4 if you're Empyreal. So they might try to start that early, or they might just try to hunker down, get some points, and cut their losses. Shock! Big 180 will find that kill. Still, they clear out P3, but look at the back spawns. Empyreal, now with P4 spawns under wraps, they flipped it all the way around. So they've gotten a situation that they're favored in.
Favorable situation. See if they're able to capitalize on that advantage. Team Kinetics holding on just for a moment, did get cleared out. Good trade there out of Shock just to hold on. Massacre able to pick up that trade right there in P4 positioning. Like you mentioned, Team Kinetics trying to work for that. Empyreal already there, now on the front foot, trying to lead the dance. Massacre gets an unfortunate spawn for Team Kinetics, and will just continue to rip things up. Big two-piece looking for a third. Can he cash in with the pistol? You bet he does. And now Empyreal looking to really take their feet and set them into the ground. The Massacre onto a 5 spree and looking for more. Not quite to that Hellstorm just yet, but feeling mighty fine with a 40-plus point lead for Empyreal. They want map number 5.
Yeah, they're looking to get there. 20 seconds left on this P4 as it's looking to be contested quite well. Shefu going to grab 3 onto the point. No, it's Drix that'll grab those 3. That'll flip it for the rest of the scrap, but not much more than that. Back to P1 we go, as it's just Drix onto the point. Will be contested to get 1 second off the clock. Couldn't quite get the kills, though, as Kinetics They'll find a 3 down heading to this P1. None on the point just yet, but trying to catch these players spawning back. What a timing, though, from Coasty. A split spawn in the perfect time. It's exactly what Team Empyreal needed, as Shefu, now in the vicinity, can't swap to the Strider and get that second one. But one is good nonetheless. Empyreal onto this P1. It looked like it was KTX's hill to take, as it looks like it still very much is. It's just down to Massacre. He's made some magic happen, but he's out of it now as Shefu clears him out. Still in the vicinity. KTX going to grab one, immediately shot behind. Still 10 seconds before the rotation really starts to come into knowledge. As again, KTX looking to fight for these P2 spawns. It's all down to Coasty. He needs to stay up, but he can't. A huge kill from Smooth to claim those spawns and make sure this P2 could be comfortable for Team KTX.
Yeah, not only that, you had KTX dying in top money as well. That's a tough spot to be in. You do enough work to keep yourself open and battle through the front if you're Empyreal. Excellent work out of them. Even though they had the back spawns for KTX, it didn't seem to matter much because now they're all dead. Luckily, not spawning too far out for them. Trying to work through, make sure Empyreal doesn't start to run away with this thing. Chifu with the pistol, finding one, finds two. And now stacking the hill. Can he get the third? No, teammate's going to take care of that. But it is going to be their hill looking to dig back in.
Yeah, big couple on the board. Some good points towards the goal for Team KTX. 16 more to claim as the rotation is already underway over to P3. There's no more hits left in the tank for Empyreal, but Shefu, he's got this initial rotation. He's got a great spot to work off of. The player top art, though, does get the timing. As Empyreal, they're on 200 against 190. This one, again, feels like it'll go down to the wire.
You certainly feel like we're not headed out of this one anytime soon. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. P3 already here, 215 and climbing in top art control was just lost, but Team KTX still very much in the back, and KTX up forward trying to get some spawn kills. Teammate helps him out with that one, and now you get a complete spawn flip, maybe a little bit of an over-aggressive push out of the side of Empyreal. And this, if this ends up with legitimate time for Team KTX, this could be trouble for the side of Empyreal, especially if they're not able to lock down P4, which Team KTX has control right now.
It looks like they should be able to soak the rest of the scrap, but it looks like it'll come down to this P4. How fitting that it's a P4 to decide between these two teams. Both of them have had heartbreak or elation here once before, but still looking for more. Empyreal, they may not be denied. They're looking for a map 5. 5 seconds left. It has to be a fast hit. They need to find these gunfights and fast. Strider in hand. Massacre will find one, and that's all that's needed. Empyreal, they'll force map 5, and they'll force their way to the distance.
Well, here we go with this two teams yet again. Map number 5. Empyreal versus Team KTX, and what a battle. That was just another one where Empyreal was just that much ahead throughout the entire map, and it was just too much to try to come back for at the end. A heck of an effort out of Team KTX to really try to make a play through there for the first couple of hills at that last set of rotation, but ultimately not enough to get the job done, and we got map number 5, man.
I said I wanted to be here, and that's where we ended up. Hacienda S&D, winner takes all. Again, both of these teams have punched their ticket to champs in 2 weeks, but that golden ticket is just that little bit sweeter. One more map to go, no more advantages outside of a bit of momentum for the side of Empyreal, but they faltered hard on the last S&D. Let's see if they can learn from their mistakes and try to make something happen here.
It'll be the difference. We'll see if they're able to make up for it. Map number 5, we're getting it set. Don't go too far. The decider of the last chance qualifiers coming up after our break.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shots. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
in. Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance. use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omids is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last year. This is the Legacy.
Alrighty, we're locked, we're loaded, we are ready to go. Empyreal Kinetics, finals action. Hacienda, search and destroy. A brilliant map mode combo to finish us off is already underway. Empyreal gonna start on offense. We're gonna try and make something happen.
See what's able to make do for them here. Hacienda, search and destroy. Map number 5, a lot of presence towards B. No bomb plan to come through. The first blood instead. Plant now looking to come through, but still 3 players for Team Kinetics hot on the trail. Kosti lucky to able to get out with his life, and not only that, take one with him, but still 2 players will fall. Now a 3v0, and Team Kinetics gets the first one done.
Yeah, big first round to find for Kinetics, and a huge piece of momentum to flip that back around. So it's a tough one to see.
Certainly not how they planned this one going whatsoever, but still early on in this thing, we've certainly seen Empyreal take a deficit and flip it on its head, especially in search and destroy. So no need to panic anytime soon, ladies and gentlemen. Still a long way to go in this one. See if they're able to answer back on the defensive side now. Have that benefit that Team Kinetics did last time.
Yeah, I mean, we could have an even longer series ahead of us. I mean, Kinetics, if they win this, they've got another series in front of them. They're coming from losers bracket. They've got a lot still to prove in this day. And Empyreal, they want to put it to bed now. They don't want to go to that bracket reset. That's their lifeline. That's their opportunity. As in come the early trades, it's Empyreal again on the back foot. Looking to try to get this bomb down is Kinetics. Should be able to do so without much fuss. As it's down to Kosti and Massacre. Looking to play a little bit off of each other and try to trade through this. But an alt route is not what you want to see when there's 2 holding you. And it's a tough timing to find. Kosti now known, now found. I thought he was dead to rights there, but a big headshot there on the first player. Looking for more. This should be an impossible situation with 2 up, holding hands. You can't afford to chow them, but they chow out to you. Check the bomb, hold them down, and there's just nothing left to find. Kinetics, they're going to grab a second one in a row.
Yeah, just such an annoying situation to deal with if you're Kosti in that 1v2, both players up top. I mean, what do you truly expect? There's just only so much you're able to do. And luckily, you know, for Empyreal, they did get that numbers advantage. We're able to maintain it. So you have that going for you in the back pocket. You take advantage.
Yeah, now a situation where Kinetics, I mean, they have this 2-round lead. If they can expand it to 3, that would do wonders. Again, on offense is Empyreal, as both of these teams, again, are in a bit of a weird spot. They both want that ticket, but they've both already got at least, you know, they've got that economy class, but they're looking for that first class ticket into champs. 3v3. We go. Down comes this bomb plant in a position to cancel it, potentially smooth, but no, doesn't have the read on that player planting. As down to a 2v2 we go. Smooth and Shock left for Empyreal, up from Kinetics. Down to a 1v1, low HP on Smooth, able to regen it back up. Needs to find this conversion, but the timer is now against him.
Working down. 1v1, Smooth. To make something happen here. Time is certainly a factor, and he might just have run himself out of dodge trying to find Vizzy, who's just kind of calmly collecting himself in the back. No time for a defuse. So that is going to be a round in the pocket for Empyreal. Good job there just to get one back on the board. Make sure Team Kinetics doesn't start rolling too heavy, and you get kill on the backside for your effort.
Yeah, that last second kill, I mean, if it builds towards a streak, then it's a sign. But that one more is just a matter of a little bit of insult to injury. You run yourself out of the round and you still get the bullets that you were trying to avoid all that time. And now, Empyreal, I mean, how much have we said this? They've got a chance to tie it back at 2. An opportunity with Vizzy on a 2 streak, looking to make his way towards that RCXD.
He's able to get that streak. Could be helpful later on. Empyreal trying to dig back in this one on the defensive side now. Busy, we're going to hop on board with him for a moment. Chifu gets that first blood. Very influential. Yet again, Bricks, though, is going to fall. 3v3 situation. Bomb not down. Massacre just trying to use that little panel for just a bit of information.
Yeah, this is the panel that we saw the very first blood of the entire map on. And they might run right back into it. Does Massacre? No, yes, he does. Gets the shots, but not the full kill. Readjusting behind this bomb is Shifu. Able to get that bomb down, flip the timer into their favor. Smooth, going to deploy the RCXD. Looking to try to find something here. Wants to get at least one. Can't quite do it, though. The flak jacket finding its mark. All the way around the back goes KTX. Needs to try to make something happen. 2 onto the bomb, down to the 1v1. KTX on his flank. Needs to convert. Almost whiffed on it, but will find it. Empyreal, they'll tie us right back up at 2, both in series and in this map. Dead even we go again.
We have a battle on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Not only is it a map 5, the series is tied, but the game is tied, and neither team is able to gain a distinctive inch. Kinetics rip off a couple, feel good. Empyreal rip off a couple, feel good. Can they put another one on, really cement their momentum, or will Kinetics put an end and get their lead back?
Now another opportunity for Empyreal. They've guessed right on the stack. They're going to get almost an entirely free plant here unless Drix decides to do something quick. But now they've already sniffed it out. Coasty able to grab that first blood very, very fast. Bomb plant will not be canceled, as a 4v3 post-plant situation for Empyreal is exactly what they needed. Chefu able to grab one from a surprise angle, but gets traded out, trying to get a little bit too greedy with that stem tex. As now into a situation where it's just Smooth and Shock against 3 from Empyreal. Timer winding down, and Busy's in a fantastic spot. L hallway will be the killing spot, as it's down to Shock. Onto the bomb he goes, and chowed and ripped off of it. Empyreal, they'll take the lead.
Don't let these boys get hot. What a round out of these boys. What a fight for these kids. Massacre, good gunfight win there as well on the final. Just shutting things down. Now have 3 rounds in a row of their own. If you're Team Kinetics, you got to start thinking about setting up a positive attack here. Make sure you get a first blood so you can get in the driver's seat.
If we see 4 in a row from Empyreal, that's going to be a bit of a tough hole for Kinetics to work their way out of. Now an opportunity. It looks like they've guessed wrong. No presence towards the B side early. Or apologies. Yeah, B. I'm thinking of control. A little stuck in the past as a good first kill from Vizzy. They are very stuck in this site, but Vizzy able to grab a second. Rips that player off. Massacre has a surprise angle now. Shock able to grab a second one. Massacre a little bit messy, but makes it work. Still with the bomb on his back. Shock, the last alive in a 1v2. Spotted. Trying to wallbang him down, but he'll make his way now over towards the B side. Maybe not, though. Makes his way back towards A, trying to catch these players. Rotating! Catches both of them off guard. Looking for the second, but he's ripped by Empyreal. A nail-biter of a round, but Empyreal now up 2.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Empyreal. Things are starting to get good for you, and things are starting to get tight. for Kinetics. Coasty just putting the round away. Just controlling everything seemingly at the moment, finding the positionings they want to be in, leading, winning gunfights, whatever you need them to do, offense, defense. They've done it twice in a row on each offense and defense. There's almost nothing they could do wrong here. See what the route will be. Needing to get a regain badly on defense is Team Kinetics. Gonna set up, maybe get a first blood, get that advantage. All 4 players over towards the A site. Don't know if Drix has info on all 4. Definitely has information that there are players here. Trades will go down. A couple even. Calix and Chefu falling. Both bomb down. So pressure flipped in a 3v3 retake.
Coasty's going to be the big one to keep your eye on. A lot of players very far away from Empyreal. It's got to be busy to hold the line. Hold firm. They now know there's 2 behind. They're trying to go fast towards the site. How much can they do is the question. Smooth able to grab the first one there onto Vizzy. That player that needed to stand firm is now no longer standing. Now, what's the adaptation from Empyreal? As there goes Shock, ripping off another. Timer low. Massacre just needs to kill the diffuser. Just around the ledge. He can't do it. Kinetics, they clutch up. And they find themselves now within 1.
You just go back and forth. You can never truly count out Team Kinetics, can you? This team will battle every step of the way, getting it done yet again. There, clutching up Drix, just the patience to not let Massacre go absolutely nuclear on your forehead and make sure that round gets set for you. Team Kinetics gets it done. You know, Empyreal back to the defense now. You feel like they can get something cooking yet again, but Kinetics, they definitely want to make a match here.
Yeah, they want to send this one to at least around 10. They want that one to be the one they win. 3 in a row is all they need to force the bracket reset. Meanwhile, from Empyreal, 2 could say the same, except they would be moving all the way on. As it's Shefu getting this bomb down fast towards this A side. Coasty, though, something to say about that. Will rip one down. Bomb already still planted. Look at the long route being hit, though, by Massacre and Vizzy. 2 all the way around the side. Do they spot Smooth? He's going to try and catch a timing on both of them. Not sure if he was spotted even still. Might have gotten given away by the radar, but in comes the flank from Smooth. Needs to make this happen fast, but look at the alt route. They're still trying to get something crazy going. As in come the numbers again. Empyreal up a man, but that flank from Smooth needs to just kill that player, but Vizzy hits the timing, and there goes the round. Plenty of time for a defuse as 3-0. They sit. And a huge round to win as Empyreal are 1 round away from punching that golden ticket.
Oh, man, they look impressive in most S&Ds. We see them, and you know why. They get advantages, and they don't let go. Things can go awry, but they'll clutch up, they'll calm down, and they'll find the gunfights they need. It was a 3v2 down to a 3v0 so fast in that Empyreal team. They can smell that better seed in champs.
They can smell it. They're going to try and find it. Now, 1 more round. If you're Team Kinetics, you've got that 5-3 curse. You're going to need to rip off 3 in a row. And you've got a good start. You've guessed and split properly to hold back Kinetics fast. You need to win these ones. Can you do it? Step tech down, but they're too fast. They're too furious. 1 found already. And the second around the corner. Can't quite get it just yet. But positioning claimed so far. There's the pick that you were waiting for if you're that Team Empyreal fan. 2-2, though, we lie. Shefu pulls it back to within reason. And the rest of Empyreal, they'll think twice about this B-side.
What they're able to do, full rotation, on over towards A. Boys trying to make something happen, but the read is there for Kinetics. They wait too long. They may find something in trouble in the back. Vizzy goes down. They find both of them. Team Kinetics will extend it.
A huge extension and a great read. They realize that there is nothing going on, and they know exactly where things are. Shefu with a massive double will continue to extend this one through. Round 10. Here we go.
Let's get it cooking, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have a round 11 on the docket? Team Kinetics certainly hope so. Empyreal hoping on the defense they can get something done. Shifu trying to be sneaky. Keep the doors closed. Smart gentleman.
Smooth with the water route. Gonna try to go all the way around, create an opportunity. And Empyreal, they're second guessing themselves. They go fast towards B, but they don't see any presence. So they make their way back towards A, but they don't see anything there either. Where do you start to think they are for the side of Empyreal is going to decide a lot about this round. Smooth all the way behind. They've got him inserted. They've got him all the way back here. He might be sniffed out by Vizzy, but he's even deeper than Vizzy expects. There's no way you read him in your spawn if you're Vizzy, and there goes Smooth. Brilliant first blood, and now it's a pincer attack onto the site. They're fighting all the way to the distance of the distance. They're breathing down the neck of a round 11 as it's KTX in a 1v4, now none v4 as KTX. They will find round 11.
Oh, no, that's not what you want, Empyreal fans. We're here. Round 11, Team KTX. They dragged it back. Just did so much early gunfight win. Just, they did have a little bit of a check out there. You're right, indecision early on, but once they finally made a commit towards a bomb play, they just did not miss their gunshots.
And now it's a situation, you're the team that gets to dictate the tempo if you're Empyreal. What do you decide? Do you coin flip towards a site, or do you try to play the mind game? Looks like it's going to be a bit of a presence towards A early, but going slow. Good presence from KTX to wait out the nades, as it's a little bit of a weak defense towards A. They should be able to get the bomb down without too much muss or fuss, as Massacre going to be the one to get it down. Look at the positioning of Coasty. He is in a prime spot, but in comes the RCXD. A Massacre almost taken down. 32 HP left on him. Coasty gonna grab a timing, and so does Vizzy on a Drix. Down to a 2v4. One last opportunity for Team KTX. It's down to Smooth and Shefu. They need to pull out some magic, and there's a little bit of it. Down goes Vizzy. 2v3, and one's already on the site. They've got the flipped positionings, but they need to hunt down these players. The time is ticking, and Smooth is cooking. How much more can they give? How much more can they find? It's all down to a 1v2. Vizzy, it's all crumbling. You need to go find that bomb diffuser, and you need to do it now. Wins the first chow. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. Empyreal, go wild and punch their ticket to champs.
Oh my God, you said Vizzy needed to go, and boy did he go. Steps up this slide shell, brutally clean, just enough time to get Chifu before he finishes the defuse. And I mean, if he gets some bullets and thinks he has to wait a second to win that gunfight and regen, anything could have happened. Vizzy, as cool as it could be in the moment when it needed it most, Empyreal will close it out in round number 11, a 1v2. Oh my God. And Chifu, that was the only move he could have made with that little time left. He needed to stick to defuse, because if he popped up, round was over anyway. Excellent play out of Vizzy to win that first gunfight. After that, Chifu was hung out to dry, to be honest. But my goodness, Vizzy caught him off guard with his pants down a little bit.
Yeah, Vizzy, I mean, they put that player in a position to do something special. Such little time, you have to commit to the defuse. You know you just have to win that one. And I wouldn't trust anyone more than Vizzy. And a nail-biter of a finish, quite literally, as far as we could have gone. Round 11, 2 seconds on the clock. I mean, you do not get much better Call of Duty than that. That is one of the best series you will ever see.
Absolutely. Hey, at the bottom line, congratulations to both teams. They did punch their ticket to champs. The winner of the higher seed is Empyreal, but Team KTX, they did punch their ticket. They will be there at champs in 2 weeks. It's not next weekend. In 2 weeks, we will be announcing a winner and a grand champion. And it could be one of the teams we saw today.
Yeah. Plenty of opportunities all around. Big GGs to both of these teams. And you know what? They deserved every piece of their ticket, every little bit. But with that being said, thank you everyone so much for coming out, supporting, watching, loving it. And with that being said, unless there's anything else, my name's been Graf. I've been joined by Shake, and we'll see you all next time.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerxSociety at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerxSociety.